Welcome everyone to the San Rafael City Council regular meeting for Monday, October 4th. I'll request that the city clerk call the roll, please.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Bushy.
Present.
Councilmember Hill.
Present.
Is present. Councilmember Kurtz.
Here.
Councilmember Yadan Scalati.
Present.
Mayor Kate.
Present. We are all here this evening. I'd invite the city attorney to report out on our previous closed session.
Good evening. No reportable action taken in closed session this evening.
Thank you. Well, welcome everyone to the City Council meeting. October, I can't believe we're getting towards the end of the month. If you're new to a meeting, you might not know that we start with having staff on screen. These are the incredible men and women that make sure that our city function beautifully every single day, and we're so grateful to you, so thank you for being here. I want to start my mayoral remarks with a shout out to a 16-year-old San Rafaelite who tonight at 8 p.m., you can go record it, is auditioning on the TV show The Voice. So we wish the best of luck to Bella Bromberg. Let me see. Tonight's agenda, we have lots of proclamations on many national recognitions for the month of October. But I realize that one topic we didn't have a proclamation for, but want to take a moment to recognize, is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. According to the 2010 grand jury report, domestic violence is the most frequent violent crime in Marin County. Domestic violence can happen to anyone, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, sexual identity, education level, or economic status. Children exposed to domestic violence are 3 times more likely to engage in violent behavior. In San Rafael, we're fortunate to have the Center for Domestic Peace working on this issue. They're the ones that provided me with these comments. And they're working to mobilize our community to transform our world so domestic violence no longer exists, creating greater safety, justice, and equality. Center for Domestic Peace leads a coordinated community effort in Marin to end it, and they answer over 7,000 calls a year on their English and Spanish hotline and help thousands to live violence-free lives. We are incredibly grateful for the work they do, and we'll be sure to put their information in the next snapshot so people can have that contact information. In closing, we always include a land acknowledgement to honor the original indigenous people who have lived and are living today in San Rafael. This city and this land is traditionally home to the Coast Miwok people, and we thank the original caretakers of this land and honor their continuing involvement in stewardship practices that benefit us all. So with that, I will turn it to the city clerk, who will share how we can participate, how the public can participate this evening, and we do have Spanish interpretation. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. At this time, I would like to ask staff to turn their cameras off. And before we begin, I would like to announce that tonight's City Council meeting will include Spanish language simultaneous interpretation provided by qualified interpreters on the Spanish Zoom channel, now through the completion of item 7A. You can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. And we have posted the link to the Zoom meeting in the description for the video on YouTube. As a reminder, we ask that everyone participating tonight speak slowly to allow our interpreter to effectively express your comments. And right now I'll invite Pablo to provide consecutive interpretation.
Muy bien, gracias, alcaldesa. Antes de comenzar, nos gustaría anunciar que la reunión de este ayuntamiento de esta noche incluirá interpretación simultánea en español proporcionada por intérpretes calificados en el canal de Zoom de español, desde ahorita hasta el punto 7A de la agenda. Puede unirse al canal de español haciendo clic en el icono de la interpretación en la barra de herramientas de Zoom, que ahora parece un globo terráqueo, y hemos publicado el enlace a la reunión de Zoom en la descripción del video en YouTube. Como recordatorio, pedimos que todos los participantes de esta noche hablen despacio para permitir que nuestro intérprete exprese sus comentarios de manera eficaz.
Thank you. This meeting is being recorded and streamed live to YouTube, where viewers can provide comments by telephone by calling 669-900-9128 and use the meeting ID 817-3692-0337 # or comment and watch directly through Zoom using the link on the agenda. If you're commenting over the telephone, please press *9 when Mayor Kate opens the public comment period. Once you hear a notification that the host is inviting you to speak, please press *6 to unmute yourself. If you're commenting through Zoom, please use the raised hand button to let us know you would like to speak and wait until you've been unmuted. If you experience technical difficulties, you can email me at city.clerk@cityofsanrafael.org. Closed captioning is available for this meeting, and I've included the link in the Zoom chat now. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk, and we'll have to keep reminding each other to speak slowly. Thank you, Pablo, for being here this evening. The first item on our agenda is open time for public expression of anything not on our agenda tonight. Madam City Clerk, is there anyone who would like to speak?
I do see one hand raised. If I can request our timer. Okay. Here we are.
Good evening, Mayor Kate and City Council members. This is Victoria DeWitt. I live on Fremont Road and submitted a letter with the support of several residents requesting that you take immediate action to adopt an interim ordinance prohibiting ADUs on Fremont Road. You can also add 2 more names to the letter: Tim Bowen, a resident of Fremont Road, and Grace Garrity. The Planning Commission voted 6-0 for a resolution recommending council adoption of an ADU ordinance in Marin in March of this year. The fire department provided input to identify several city streets, including Fremont Road, where ADUs would be prohibited because of public safety and fire and emergency vehicle access. The city also recently adopted General Plan 2040 with policies and programs supporting this action. Because there is currently an active application requesting an ADU at the end of Fremont Road, it is urgent that you adopt this interim ordinance as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And as it's not on our agenda, we can't discuss it, but I will ask Director Giudice to follow up with you this week on this item. Thank you.
I see no other hands raised, so I'm going to give everyone about another 10 seconds. Once again, if you're calling in and would like to provide comment, you'll need to press *9. And if you're on Zoom, you'll need to use the raised hand feature. Once again, this is on items that are not on this evening's agenda. I have another hand.
Yes, this is Steve Thompson. I live at 59 Fremont Road. I am the last house on the road, the house that perhaps might be more inflicted by the potential of an ADU than others, given that any access for me getting out of my home goes right across where 54 Fremont and the ADU would be built. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of discussion about this overall project at 54 Fremont for years now. I've been living here for 30 years and counting, and do plan on staying here for quite a lot longer. I guess you would say the 800-pound gorilla in the room is the fact that there is a very pretty drawing of how 54 Fremont will perhaps look someday, but what's not been addressed is the foundation. This 54 Fremont, if you look at your records, you'll find it was built in 1924 and then modified in 1939. It is a dilapidated structure that is literally leaning down the hill, built on a brick foundation with wobbly beams and posts, and it's essentially a teardown. I don't know if any of you have ever come up here. I would assume that Councilman Hill has. He lives very close by, as I understand it. So we would like the applicant to provide exactly what kind of a foundation they are planning on building here. This would, of course, impact the ADU as well. And my understanding is that a foundation takes up 100% of the land on the property. I understand also that a new build is considered 75% of the land. So this project is, quote, a new build, which means parking needs to be brought up to code, and that would, of course, minimize any potential parking for an ADU. So we want the city council to get serious with this and address residents clearly, accurately. We're kind of tired of the nonsense here. The last thing I'll say is that
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. As that was same as the first speaker, again, we will ask Director Giudice to follow up with the neighbors who have signed that letter on those issues.
We're ready for you.
Oh, okay.
So, hi, this is John Kramer. I also live on Fremont Road, right next to Steve. And I just wanted to briefly talk about the concern over the ADU. And in my mind, there's two issues. One is fire access. When you turn onto Fremont Road, it's a very, very tight turn. I've seen a few trucks get stuck there. There's one UPS truck that got stuck there a few weeks ago for about an hour and a half, and had to have another UPS truck kind of push it to the side, sort of, so it could back out. And it was a hazard. It was a challenge for a lot of people. I think adding additional accessory dwelling units to the area could be problematic in terms of traffic access as well as evacuation. It just causes me concern to add more people to already a very, very small street. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
We're ready for
Yes,
you.
yes. I was cut off the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, you know what? So you have 2 minutes, Mr. Thompson. So I assure you, Director Giudice will follow up with your concerns, but your public comment time has been utilized.
Yeah, we've kind of heard that before. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I see no other hands raised, so I'm going to give everyone a couple seconds. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. We'll close the public comment and bring it to the city manager for the city manager report. There he is. City Manager Schutz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Kate and City Council. We have a number, as you mentioned, we have a number of important agenda items to get to tonight. So I'm going to hit several updates announcements, but I'm going to do it quickly while speaking slowly for our interpreter. Regarding COVID-19, Marin County Public Health Officer Dr. Matt Willis reported last week that the daily case rate in Marin has been decreasing over the last couple of weeks. Our population in Marin, 12 and over, who have completed the vaccine series is over 91% now, almost 92%. And Marin's COVID case rate and death rate is considerably lower than the state of California and the United States. And Dr. Willis attributes that to Marin's high vaccination rate. Booster shots are now, for the Pfizer vaccine, are now recommended if the initial vaccine took place over 6 months ago and the person is 65 or older, a long-term care resident, or is over 50 with an underlying medical condition. Those are the categories that fall under recommended. There's additional categories that I'm not going to go into that fall under the heading of may be considered or booster may be considered. Instead of getting to that level of detail, I'll just refer everyone to the same Marin County Health and Human Services webpage that has all of this information. It's coronavirus.marinhhs.org, and that's where you can find all the information about boosters, eligibility, where to get them, where you can get testing, and all of the other topics around COVID. A few comments on our service support area, which is the area that the city set up specifically for individuals experiencing homelessness, so that there's a location for concentrated case management, social worker services, and other services from our nonprofit community partners, in addition to things like 24/7 security, restrooms, trash pickup, and those sorts of things. It's continuing to function as intended, with individuals experiencing homelessness being matched with case managers and ultimately a permanent place to live indoors. The city's police and fire department continue to see a huge decline in emergency calls for service from before the service support area was in place. From this general area, so that's good. There are about 44 people at the site. About 27 are still without case management. It's very difficult to connect everyone with case managers, but we're working closely with our biggest partner, the County of Marin, and that's about to change with a new case manager starting through another partner, the Downtown Streets team. So the City of San Rafael's contribution earlier this year of $260,000 for case management and social worker activities is now coming to fruition and helping to match people at the service support area and throughout San Rafael with case management to try to speed up their connection to housing. And then also it was announced last week by the County of Marin that the next Project Home Key site, that there's a potential for a new Project Home Key site. Home Key is the state funding program with the goal of creating new permanent supportive housing facilities for people experiencing homelessness. And the County of Marin, with the City of Larkspur, in partnership with Episcopal Community Services, announced that they've identified a potential site at a former skilled nursing facility, which would bring about 43 new permanent supported housing units. I bring that up because it's would be a similar sort of project to the 44 units that the San Rafael City Council approved and contributed funds towards for a Home Key site in San Rafael. And these are so important because this has a direct connection to things like the service support area, because this is where we're trying to be able to move people into these kind of permanent supportive housing locations. Next up is, I just wanted to spread the word that it's Prescription Drug Take Back Month. It's time to take a look in your medicine cabinets and take any unused prescription drugs and take advantage of Prescription Drug Take Back Month. Sometimes these drugs can find their way into the wrong hands or just be disposed of improperly. You could always drop them off at Marin pharmacies or law enforcement offices, but this month the list expands to about 30 locations throughout Marin, so it makes it really easy. It's the RX Safe Marin website, which is kind of a difficult URL, so I'll see if the city clerk can put it in the chat, but it's rxsafemarin.org and then safe-storage-disposal. Sutter and McGuire is having a climate crisis town hall this Wednesday, 2 days from now, at 6:30 p.m. There's a registration for that. He's going to be talking about the climate crisis and bringing in climate scientists and wildfire experts. That's an even more difficult URL, so hopefully we can put that in the chat as well, but it's SD02 for Senate District 2, sd02.senate.ca.gov. And then I think you could find the climate crisis at that location. We'll put the full link in the chat. And then lastly, next Monday, a week from today at 5 p.m., Marin Municipal Water District, or Marin Water, is holding a community drought webinar. So all of these things being among the absolute most important things that we have going on now, between a wildfire and homelessness and climate crisis, and certainly the drought falls into this category as well. And Marin Water will have a community conversation on all things related to the drought on Monday, October 11th from 5 to 7 p.m. And they'll also do Q&A at that time as well. And that's also a register and the longest URL of all. So we'll put that one in the chat as well. And certainly people could find more information on the Marin Water website. So just wanted to briefly pass along those updates and announcements, and I'll turn it back to you, Mayor Kate. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. A lot going on. You can spend every night on your computer watching and participating in local issues. So thank you. The next item is Councilmember Reports. You are all busy people, and we can report out. Since our last meeting, I'll start with Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. I have 3 meetings that I need to report out on. I'll try to be brief, but some of them were pretty lengthy. On behalf of the city, I attended the League of California Cities Conference in the week, the days of Wednesday, September 22nd through Friday, September 24th. The Institute for Local Government announced that the City of San Rafael was selected as one of the 2021 Beacon Spotlight Award winners. We received the Platinum Level Award for 27% community greenhouse gas reductions. So I received that from Erica Manuel, the CEO and Executive Director of the Institute for Local Government. And this reflects the combined efforts of Corey Bitoff and staff across the city, from community members, and I would just cite previous council members as well who are not serving currently. This was the work of many people. So I think we're all looking forward to continuing this essential work for our future generations and for ourselves. Attended several breakout sessions, some on zero emission vehicles. I asked several questions about equity. I think that we should continue to push back on any assumption that electric vehicles are accessible to every one of our community members, and there are continued programs on how they can be made more accessible to folks. I attended an API caucus event. I thought one of the more fascinating points raised is the disambiguation of data within racial demographics is important to look at. There are some subgroups that are doing better than others, and it's important to make sure we understand what those reasons are and making sure we're attacking those pain points. I will move on to the ad hoc microgrid meeting that I attend with other county elected folks. Last Thursday, we explored opportunity to build the demand curve with distributed energy resources. Essentially, energy generation distribution throughout the day is not even, and there's exploration of how continued adoption of electric vehicles will help us to manage that curve going forward. And then also last Thursday, I attended the priority setting committee with both elected folks as well as community members who have been appointed throughout the county. We selected 3 appointments. 2 of them were reappointments and 1 appointment from Marin City. Ida Green was appointed and joined the priority setting committee. And we gave direction on data that we would use to support prioritization selection for the upcoming community development block grant cycle. Sorry, I try not to use acronyms. And we received a report on funding for lead abatement. As folks know, houses built before a certain date were painted with lead, and this impacts folks generally in underserved populations. And so these funding mechanisms are very important. And so we'll be looking to make sure that folks that need that kind of financial support for lead abatement receive it. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hill. Do you have the plaque? Normally, if we were in the chambers, we'd have like a big event. We'd have a photo. There it is. Okay. Not quite the same of having the whole room burst into applause, but we will go with what we have. Thank you again for accepting that on behalf of the city. Vice Mayor Bushy.
I was busy on September 23rd attending the Library Foundation's annual meeting. The Library Foundation continues to be very energized, and I'm very excited about the prospect of new library resources for San Rafael. Also that day, I filled in for the mayor at the Transportation Authority of Marin's meeting. That was a very long and detailed meeting with a lot of issues that are big and expensive. It was very illuminating. I have also been continue to work with the Loch Lomond Development Oversight Committee on the next phases of the development that is going on out there. And finally, this very day, I attended, along with the mayor, the San Rafael Sanitation District Strategic Planning meeting.
Thank you. Is that a workshop? I think we were there 2.5, 3 hours today. Yes, it's a good workshop. Councilmember Yorenz Gulati.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. I attended, let's see, I'm trying to speak slowly. I attended the Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members for Climate Action meeting. And the theme was around climate change and public spaces, mitigating emissions, adapting to conditions, and also designing for the community. So we had a great speaker covering the infrastructure in Marin County for electric and regular bikes. Going into detail about electric bikes as a great alternative to cars, not just for in terms of pollution, but also for traffic congestion. And we did talk a little bit about the project that we have, a few of the projects that we have in San Rafael as well. So that's going to be a great addition to connect the different cities. The equity around owning electrical cars or bikes came up, which is really nice to hear from other cities in Marin County as well. And especially on days like today, where we received the terrible news of the ecological and the health disaster in Southern California with the oil spill, it reminded us of the damage that oil is causing, in addition to the carbon emissions. So maybe I'm going to give it a try with the electrical bikes. We'll see how that goes. And then I attended with the mayor and other council members as well, the regular meeting for the Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members. And finally, I met with the superintendent of San Rafael Public Schools, Jim Hageboom, and it's always great to see how the schools are doing. So that's for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Oh, that mute button.
Yep.
A couple of updates. I attended the Age-Friendly San Rafael committee meeting, and Warren Wells from the Marin Bike Coalition provided a real focused conversation on bike and pedestrian accessibility and safety for older adults. So putting the two of those two groups together, I think they're going to have a lot of continued conversations. I also attended a small part of the Aging Action Initiative annual convening. Thank you to all the San Rafael agencies and Marin County partners who attended that. Very well attended, over 100 people attended on Zoom. In addition to the updates provided by the city manager about our SSA area, I think I've shared I'm serving on the County Homeless Policy Steering Committee. Additional acknowledge that we're going through the process right now where we're doing funding for local agencies who are serving the homeless community, and the ranking system has been updated to include additional acknowledgement for those serving the homeless community facing domestic violence, as well as a new ranking factor for organizations that are taking into account the consideration of racial equity. So the score is now 105 and not 100. So there'll be more information about that as we're just going into that process. I'd like to quickly thank the Planning Department for holding one of the first community conversations with the Planning Commission and Design Review Committee on the Northgate Mall. If you did not watch the recording, please watch the recording. I've watched the recording now. And so it's great to hear the feedback from the community as well as some input from lots of other areas. And I'd also like to thank Chief Spiller and the many officers who came to Northgate Pete's for a community meet and greet. And just to add on a really important message from the MCCMC meeting, the mayor and city council members meeting, there was a report, and I think we could go into it a little bit more at another time, on how some Marin County homes, not all, but some Marin County homes built in the 50s and 60s carry language on the deed that you could only sell the property to Caucasians. So there are steps on how the county is now working to identify these deeds and potentially what we can do to make changes to that. So more to come, but I thought that was very interesting and important for us to address.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, the Restricted Covenant Project, I think the city manager had mentioned it earlier, and you can find out more about it on the county website. So thank you. TAM, the Transportation Authority of Marin, I'm part of an ad hoc committee that looks at the 580-101 interchange. There's been a lot of stakeholder input from that, and they will be coming back to the city. I'm pretty sure that in November, that was going to be the next meeting, but I think it's the first week in November. So we will have a continued community discussion about the alternatives and possibilities there. We spoke quite a bit already about MCCMC, which is the Marin County Council of Mayors and council members. I think I got them all. I chair with Mayor Brian Colbert of San Anselmo, the Economic Recovery Committee. We recently convened and had from the College of Marin, the woman who oversees workforce development programs. She came and spoke. That's come through really loud and clear from our businesses about workforce development. In addition, the Small Business Association came and talked about the supports for small businesses. we've been in economic recovery now for over a year and a half, and those resources are still out there for our local community. Also at that same MCCMC meeting, we brought forward, I was working with mayors of other cities, and we brought forward a new water policy committee. You'll see on our consent agenda, there is an item to appoint Councilmember Hill and Vice Mayor Bushy to that. And that is not for the city to talk about water issues, but really where is the intersection of water related issues in city policies, landscaping, things like that. So more to come, and we will receive future report outs from one of those two from San Rafael. And then finally, I am the MCCMC representative to Marin Transit. We had our morning meeting and it was a short one. We reallocated some school bus funding that wasn't utilized last year by some of the districts due to the pandemic. They ended up not running their school buses. So the money was reallocated among the programs that we're continuing forward. So with that, thank you. I know it always takes a little bit to report out, but it's important that we hear, one, what each other is up to, and two, informing everyone who's listening about the great things in our community, and they can go get more information once they hear about it. So we will move on to the consent calendar. Are there any items to be held from the consent calendar? Not seeing any. I will ask the city clerk to help us see if there's any public comment on any of the items on the consent calendar.
To comment on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. And if commenting by phone, please press *9. Once you've heard the notification that the host is inviting you to speak, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to provide public comment, and then will be muted once time has elapsed. As a reminder, please speak slowly for our interpreters. I currently see no hands raised, but I'm going to give everyone a few more seconds just to press *9 or raise hand. Okay, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. I will bring it back to the council for a motion on the consent calendar.
I have a question.
Oh.
Yes, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Do I need to recuse myself from item F?
I don't think so. I mean, your self-appointment, appointing yourself.
Can I appoint myself?
Well, we can ask the city attorney. Normally, we approve these assignments.
I guess I hadn't thought about that.
So I'm sorry, I don't have item F in front of me. What is the appointment for?
It's the appointment to an MCCMC committee of myself and Councilmember Hill. Can I vote on that?
Just like you vote for yourself when you run for city council, you're allowed to vote for yourself. So unless you
I'm qualified.
Unless you feel duty bound to disqualify yourself, there's no legal requirement for disqualification.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that information, I'm happy to move the consent calendar.
You bet.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yeren Scalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0.
Mayor Kate, if I may, I'm going to take this opportunity to toggle our interpreters to give.
Please, thank you. We'll need to give Pablo a break, and I'm not sure who's joining us next, but absolutely.
Will be Alejandro.
Alejandro, wonderful. And we do have to keep reminding each other to speak slowly. I know I get excited about what we're talking about, and I just start talking faster and faster. So especially the next item, which is a special presentation, but I will wait to proceed.
Give me one moment. I want to make sure that they're toggled. All right, we are ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have three special presentations today, or proclamations. The first one is a resolution of appreciation to the recipient of the Richard P. O'Brien and Mary Ferrario O'Brien Citizen of the Year Award for 2021. We always do this in person because it is so much fun to celebrate the wonderful community leaders we have and community connectors. Again, because of the pandemic, we are forced to do it over Zoom. I'm going to give a few hints to who this person might be. And my sense is they're probably listening in, and we will ask them to turn their camera on. This person has been a founder and chairperson of the North San Rafael Coalition of Residents, and they also participated actively in the development of 3 San Rafael general plans, 2000, 2020, 24. Yeah, she figured it out. Shirley's like, I am delighted to present this Citizen of the Year Award to Shirley Fisher. I have a proclamation for you, and I can see from your face that you were surprised, so I still get that happy buzz. Let me read a few things, and then I will turn it over to you for comments. So whereas Shirley Fisher has dedicated her life to civic participation for the greater good of our community, and since she moved to Terra Linda for 40 years ago, she's been consistently active in bringing together community members and organization to foster communications between the residents and the city, to develop a common vision of community needs and aspirations, and to advocate for implementation of this vision. As I mentioned, one of the founders of the North San Rafael Coalition, been very active in the general plan over the years, was a key member of the North San Rafael Vision Community and the Vision and Action, Committee and the Vision and Action Committee. And then this proclamation is very long, and you are amazing, all the things you've done, but I have to skip to this one because it's about your family. Whereas if you ask Shirley's family, we always want to know what they say, they will say that her civic and community volunteer activities have been her job, her identity, and her principal engagement for the last 4 decades. Whether Shirley is spending her days counting cars for a traffic study or spending countless hours researching an upcoming project, she is always involved, and she inspires other community members by her actions. Shirley has been a dedicated, organized, intelligent, and faithful community volunteer with the ability to lead and contribute to complex processes to improve our community for many decades and surely for many more years to come. Therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council expresses our deep appreciation to Shirley, so well earned, on behalf of your community, and hereby awards the Richard O'Brien and Mary Ferrario O'Brien Citizen of the Year Award for 2021 to Shirley Fisher. So there's clapping. I can hear it outside the window. Shirley, I'll just add, when I was reading this, I can think of community walks we've done, many talks, and Mary Beth is nodding her head, and you have shown up again and again, and we are so grateful, and it is so thrilling to be able to honor you. And another reason that we're going to have cake. There are going to be so many reasons for cake in 2022, because this is truly one. So I'd love to invite you to say a few words. Wait, unmute first so we can hear you. There you go.
Well, thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you to Mayor Kate and to the whole City Council. I must say, I feel very, very honored and very grateful to receive this award, and also quite surprised, actually, because I know there are so many deserving people throughout San Rafael that deserve this kind of recognition. I also want to say that almost everything I've done has not been a solo action. It's been part of a group. So I guess I feel like I'm accepting this award somewhat on behalf of all of the different groups that I've been associated with over the years and the people who put in their time and energy with that. I've lived in many places around the country. I've lived in big cities, in small cities, small towns, or rural areas. But it wasn't until I came to San Rafael that I found a place where just ordinary people, ordinary citizens could participate in making decisions about their community and participate in the governance of their community, and was not only allowed to do this, but invited and welcomed. And I've had a saying for a long time, democracy is alive and well in San Rafael. And I think it's really true. It has been for a long time. Back to my mentors, Gene Starkweather and Sue Beidles of the world, who 50 years ago were creating a path by which not only could we look towards the quality of life of people living in San Rafael, but a balance between the people and the natural environment around us, which supports all of us. So I know we've got a lot of challenges coming up, not only looking at equal opportunities for all of our citizens, maintaining that balance with the environment, and for goodness sakes, coping with all the things that are coming down on a national, international. And I was just recently in Germany, where my son lives, and understanding the scale and scope of what we are all coping with. And it's not going to go away, and we're going to have to keep continuing to work with it. But I have real confidence that here in San Rafael, that there is going to continue to be active cadres of just ordinary people, citizens, willing to work with the people who've stepped up to be elected and our representatives in the government to work on resolutions. So I'd like to very much thank the O'Brien family for creating this award and supporting it. I'd like to thank the selection committee, and I'd like to thank the people who nominated me for this award and the people with whom I'm working, currently at present on issues in the community. I do want to mention that I know there's a monetary award with this award, and that I will plan to use this in some way to benefit the San Rafael community. And just thank you so much. And cake. My husband and I celebrated our mutual birthdays yesterday, so we have excess cake. We can contribute some.
I love that. Well, Shirley, beautiful words. And of course, we could add being very humble. Yes, you are a part of many committees, but you showed up and you had that consistent vision and presence, and it is very well deserved. You were told that the reason that you're on camera is we had said that you were going to be a panelist for 7A. So that's actually not true. So when we get to 7A, you will not be able to turn your camera on. Zoom challenges, but it was the only way that we could ensure that you would be able to turn your camera on. So,
Mayor Kate, which is funny because I was on a walk with Shirley and she told me she was on this panel. I'm like, who else is on a panel? What? Good thing I didn't know what was going on because I was like, what panel?
Well, hats off to the city clerk. She's the one that dreamed up. And just thank you so much, Shirley. And we will at some point get together and make sure that we do have a photo because I think it is important to memorialize this. So thank you. And I'm sure we'll be staying on to comment on 7A. That is right in your alley. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep. And, I need to have public comment. I forgot. We have the public comment. So I will open the public comment on this item.
Thank you. To comment on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. If commenting by phone, please press *9. Once you hear a notification that the host is inviting you to speak, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Each speaker will have 2 minutes, so I'll invite our timekeeper. And then they'll be muted once time has elapsed. As a reminder, please speak slowly for our interpreters. And Shirley, I'm sorry for tricking you. We do have one hand raised.
It's okay.
Rick O'Brien here. On behalf of the O'Brien family, and I will be brief, unlike my father, I would like to congratulate Shirley as a very deserving recipient of the award. Thank you for all you do, and please continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is David Smith, and Shirley, I just want to say congratulations, well deserved, and to the City Council, thank you for recognizing the amazing work that Shirley does on such a routine basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Kim Keith Brown. I first of all want to say, Shirley, I could not be more pleased. You deserve this. Unlike anybody I've ever known, there are a lot of talented, committed people in this city, but you top that list. I have had the advantage of, Shirley has been my my host as I've become involved in public spaces in Terra Linda and through the Terra Linda Homeowners Association. And she is friend, colleague, in human archive, institutional memory, and has a great sense of humor. So I feel so fortunate to have worked alongside you, and just very, very happy for you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Kim.
Hello, this is Grace Garrity, and I just want to echo Kim's comments. I am so appreciative of Shirley's help way back 2 years ago when we started RGM. She has been instrumental in coaching and guiding and helping me, and always wanted to be behind the scenes. So again, I just want to echo everyone's appreciation and thank you so much, Shirley, for everything you do every day so seamlessly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Grace.
I see no other hands raised. I'll give everyone a few seconds. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. I'm so grateful that your neighbors called in. I mean, that has to suffice for all of us clapping loudly. So hopefully you heard that through their words and through the words of the proclamation. So thank you, Shirley, and keep up the good work. We need you.
Oh, can I turn my camera off now?
Yes, you may. Thank you. Okay, so our next special presentation is a proclamation for, actually, I think it's the National Disability Awareness Month, Chief. I think you're the one after this one. So, yep, there. Oops, okay. I love this Zoom room. We are popping in and out tonight. I will be presenting this to Don Jebsen. Let me read the proclamation. It's in recognition of the National Disability Employment Awareness Month. October marks the 76th anniversary of the National Disability Employment Awareness Month. And the purpose of this month is to educate about disability employment issues and celebrate the many and varied contributions of America's workers with disabilities. And the history of this month traces back to 1945, when Congress enacted a law declaring the first week in October as National Employ the Physically Handicapped Week. And in 1962, the word physically was removed, and it was removed to acknowledge the employment needs and contributions of all individuals. And it was then in 1988, extended to a month. So nothing like watching it morph throughout the decades. Finally, whereas workplaces welcoming of the talents of all people, including people with disabilities, are a critical part of our efforts to build an inclusive community and strong economy, the City of San Rafael is committed to cultivating an inclusive community that increases access and opportunities for all, including individuals with disabilities. Now, therefore, I, Kate Collin, Mayor, on behalf of the city and my colleagues, do hereby proclaim the month of October as National Disability Employment Awareness Month. And I will turn it over to Don Jebsen to receive this proclamation, make any comments.
Great, thank you, Mayor Kate. Thank you so much, Council and Mayor Kate, on giving us this proclamation this month. It's well-deserved. I'd like to thank it on behalf of our hardworking employees and the citizens of San Rafael. National Disability Employment Awareness Month highlights the diversity and inclusion in our workplace and in our community. These employees add millions of dollars of produce, products, and services annually to our community. National Disability Employment Awareness Month activities don't have to end in October. NDEAM also offers opportunities year-round to organizations to highlight the importance of including disability in our workplace. Let's celebrate the diversity in our workplace and in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will invite the public, if they are interested, to comment on this item. The City Clerk will help us with that.
Thank you. If you're calling in, please press *9. Once you've heard the notification the host is inviting you to speak, please press *6. And if watching on Zoom, please use the raised hand feature. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and then they will be muted once time has elapsed. I see no hands raised at the moment. I'll give everyone a few seconds. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. I will close public comment. And again, thank you, Dawn, for those wise words. And I'm glad the city was able to recognize National Disability Awareness Month. I love that evolution story, by the way. So thank you. We have one more presentation for this one. Chief White will be receiving. It is also, October is a busy month, is Fire Prevention Week. And this is one that we want everyone to stay tuned. I'll go ahead and read it, and then I'm sure the chief will come on to add his comments. So whereas each year, the week within which October 9th falls is observed as Fire Prevention Week in commemoration of the Great Chicago Fire that had occurred on October 8th in 1871. And at that time, President Calvin Coolidge proclaimed Fire Prevention Week a national observance, making it the longest running public health observance in our country. And the City of San Rafael will join the nation in emphasizing this year's theme of Learn the Sounds of Fire Safety, because preparing for fires is protecting everyone you love. And whereas the City of San Rafael urges everyone that when you hear the beep, to get on your feet, get to your meeting place, and stay out of your house or the building. And when you hear the chirp, it's time to replace the batteries or to install a new alarm. I should read that one more time. If you hear the chirp, it's time to replace the batteries or install a new alarm. I know we all have some, sits on our counter sometimes a day or two. And finally, whereas the City of San Rafael urges residents, business owners, and San Rafael employees to give the time, energy, and effort needed to ensure their safety and that of all their families by ensuring that all smoke and carbon monoxide alarms in the house are functioning properly, and everyone in the household knows how to safely evacuate to a pre-designated meeting location if necessary. Now, therefore, I, Kate Collin, Mayor of San Rafael, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim this week as Fire Prevention Week, and in doing so, urge all residents and community members to learn the sounds of fire safety. I'm honored to have Chief White join us and to underscore and to hit this message home even further. The Zoom room is yours.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Kate. Thank you, council members, city manager, assistant city manager, city clerk, and the members of the public that are joining us this evening. I'd first like to say congratulations to Mrs. Fisher on her being awarded the Citizen of the Year Award. I just wanted to get that shout out there. Amazing award. Secondly, I wanted to acknowledge some of the staff that's been involved directly with outreach towards the public education for the San Rafael school groups. Mary Scramstad and Simon Wright, our vegetation management specialists. They've been involved in going out to the schools and providing public education and speaking on this year's theme of Learn the Sounds of Fire Safety and ensuring that the students understand some of the aspects of smoke detectors and how they actually save lives and some of the things they can take home and share with their families. And so special shout out to those two individuals for going out and doing the direct outreach that really brings home the following points. As the mayor stated, the smoke detectors sometimes become an afterthought, but twice a year, we encourage everyone to go and change their batteries. And if you can do it just prior to hearing the chirp, that's really perfect timing. But the idea is daylight savings time, when we're springing forward or falling back, please, that's a prime time to change your batteries. If you have those detectors that are battery driven with the normal AA or 9-volt batteries that we've been accustomed to over the years. But we also encourage individuals to replace those alarms that are over 10 years old. They have newer alarms now that are lithium batteries that will actually be able to provide you with some long-term value and benefit without having to make that annual drudgery of trying to change the smoke detector battery, testing it, and making sure that it's still functioning a couple times a year. Test those alarms monthly, just to ensure that it is working. It's always a good idea to press and hold for several seconds and then allow the system to indicate to you that it is operable. So we encourage that on a regular basis. And one of the most important things that I had a conversation with someone in the real estate industry just recently was ensuring the proper placement of those smoke alarms. And so make sure they're outside the bedrooms, in the hallways directly outside the bedrooms, but also in the bedrooms themselves and on the ceiling, not necessarily on the wall in a corner somewhere, more central to the middle of the room, but certainly a few more are better than a few less. And so just wanted to convey that. And then last but not least, practice some drills at home relating to if the smoke alarm or the carbon monoxide detector goes off, what do you do? And the main thing is you remain calm, you get low, and you find the nearest exit. Don't go back inside the house. We want to encourage individuals to just get out and have a pre-designated location where everyone can gather outside the home safely. So with that, there's more information available at www.readyforwildfire.org. And again, thank you all for your support and emphasis on fire safety in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief White. We all recognize how important it is, both outside our home and inside our home. So thank you. I will ask the city clerk if there's members of the public who would like to comment on this item.
Thank you. If you're calling in, you'd like to provide public comment, please press *9. Once you receive a notification the host is inviting you to speak, you'll need to press *6 to unmute yourself. If you're using Zoom, you can use the raised hand feature. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to provide public comment and then will be muted once time has elapsed. As a reminder, please speak slowly for our interpreters. I see no hands raised right now. I'll give everyone a few more seconds. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. I'll close public comment and bring it back for the final presentation. This isn't a proclamation, but it is a presentation by Caltrans on the Harbor Bridge project. So we will move from the fire prevention to the bridge, and I will request Director Guerin will introduce this topic for us this evening.
Yeah, and I'll just do a very brief introduction, Mayor and Council. Bill Guerin with the Department of Public Works. As most people in San Rafael knows, the northbound Central San Rafael exit has been under construction for some time. Caltrans is replacing the bridge structure. It's beyond its useful life, and they're in midstream of constructing that project. There is a full weekend closure coming up, and Jose David and others from Caltrans are going to describe what needs to happen and why the bridge needs to be closed for that full weekend, and then give some details and answer questions from the public about what is happening. So I'll give it over to Jose David from Caltrans.
Thank you very much, Bill. Good evening, everybody. Honorable Mayor, council members, our colleagues, and everyone else listening in, especially the city staff. My name is Jose David. I work for Caltrans. I'm the construction engineer for Marin County. And tonight I'll be doing a project update on our project in the City of San Rafael, in particular the Central San Rafael off-ramp bridge. Let me share my screen and presentation. Okay, so tonight I'll be presenting and doing a project update on the San Rafael Harbor Bridge replacement project for the community. You probably know this as the Central San Rafael off-ramp bridge. This is the off-ramp bridge or the off-ramp from northbound 101 to the 2nd Street in San Rafael. So I have here on the screen an aerial shot of where it's located. In particular, the bridge is right on the San Rafael Creek. So project need and purpose, why are we doing this? I'll show you some pictures of the condition of the bridge, of the old bridge. So this is taken in 2010. Some of the it's been built way back in the 50s, and the bridge itself, it's dilapidated. If you can, it's already at the end of its useful life, and it's not seismically capable. So we're replacing it, so it'll be safer for everyone using it. So what are the project improvements on this project? Mainly, we are replacing the bridge. It's going to be a new and safe structure. And then we'll be widening and realigning the ramp itself. So there'll be less queuing. With the help of the city, we're going to be adding one lane, a dedicated right lane. So at the intersection of the 2nd Street and off-ramp, you'll have one dedicated right lane and then one combination of a through lane and the right lane. So it'll be less queuing in that area. And like I mentioned, change lane configurations, it's safer intersection and better signalization. And then we are also reconfiguring some of the crosswalk, safer intersection and then better signalization as well. And then we'll remove sidewalk and access for safer access in that area. So currently, our project schedule, the project cost is $15 million. It was awarded last year in May 2020. Construction started in February 2021, and we are expecting construction completion in the spring 2022, in particular, probably around February, end of February. Currently, we are in this stage right here, stage 2, towards the end of stage 2, and I will explain more about what the stages are. Okay, so stage 1, in order for us to replace the bridge, we want to keep access to Central San Rafael or the City of San Rafael. So we have to keep the bridge open, or at least the off-ramp open. In order for us to do that, we have to construct the bridge in stages. So stage 1, this has been completed already. Basically what we did was to isolate the western portion, this area right here, while we install the new bridge piles, the abutment piles, the abutment meaning the two ends of the bridges. And then we also installed a temporary bridge pile on this western portion. And you'll see how the traffic or the traffic lanes are shifted. So that's the temporary bridge. We built that bridge back in early parts of the project. Then we built some temporary pavement. So this is stage 2. This is where we at right now. So basically what happened is we detoured the current traffic into the western portion. Western portion is it's this portion right here where the temporary bridge is. So we have the lanes going to those western portion of the bridge, and we are currently working on the eastern portion. We demoed the existing bridge that is the eastern portion of the bridge. We've installed the bridge girders and start building the new bridge, at least half of it, the eastern portion of it. As you can see on the rendering, that's where we're at right now. And those are the approach roads for new configuration of the off-ramp. So after stage 2, now we built the eastern portion. Now it's time for us to build the western portion. So stage 3 actually it's the traffic lanes on the eastern portion, the newly built portion of the bridge. And then we're going to be moving the temporary bridge that's on the western portion. And then the same procedure, we're going to be taking out the old bridge and then building a new one. So this is the configuration of the stage 3. So the traffic lanes will be on the newly constructed eastern portion of the bridge while we build the western portion. So that's the new bridge and the approach roads. So part of this presentation for everyone is basically we are scheduled to do another 55-hour weekend closure. So what does that mean? So the closure, basically, we're going to be closing the off-ramp, which is Central San Rafael off-ramp. And we've set the date on October 22nd at 10 p.m. all the way to October 25th on a Monday at 5 a.m. We open the off-ramp. Initially, our schedule was the weekend of the October 15th. But we've been working with Bill Guerin, the Public Works, City of San Rafael, and they mentioned that there's a big film festival that's happening during that time. So, we want to be great partners with the city and the community of the City of San Rafael. So we went back to the table with our contractor, with the coordination with the city, and basically said, we're going to move the closure the week after or the weekend after. So now it is set on October 22nd, starting at 10 p.m. on a Friday. And it goes all the way to Monday at 5 a.m., October 25th. So that's the closure hours that we have. So we are closing the off-ramp, the Central San Rafael off-ramp from northbound 101. So might ask, why are we doing this? So the main work that we're going to be doing is constructing the stage 2 bridge approach slab. So if you can look at the diagram at the bottom, is the yellow portion or orange portion of the drawing. So these both ends of the bridge do have like a bridge approach slabs, as we call it. It's on the eastern portion of that bridge, and also at the same time we'll be constructing the stage 2 approach roads with this highlighted blue portion of it. We did first a 55-hour weekend closure back in the early part of the project, and we understand that that activity involved while driving, and this weekend closure, it's going to be way less noise compared to the first one. We understand the concerns of the citizens and the residents of San Rafael. So the contractor and Caltrans were able to work behind the K-rail that we have in order for us to drive the piles on the stage 2. So stage 2 weekend closure that we have right now, it was repurposed in order for us to build the approach slabs. We wanna have a disclaimer that we're gonna have the last one, 55-hour weekend closure. Which is probably gonna happen towards the end of the job when we try to switch it back to the final configuration. But it's yet to be determined, and we are closely working with Bill Guerin and his staff, and in order for us to kind of prepare for that one as well. So ramp closures. So we have a couple of detours. So in this map here, you have the Central San Rafael off ramp on where the X is. This is pretty much one of the main detours that we have. What we're trying to do is basically, if you're traveling northbound 101 and you see the ramp closed, then you take the next exit, which is North San Pedro exit, and then make a loop around and head back to southbound 101, and then exit to Central San Rafael, which takes you back to the 2nd Street area. And then the other one, this is a dual purpose. You have the 580 traffic coming in, also the northbound 101. So if you're heading northbound 101, you'll be able to take the Pelham Francisco exit. So if you're from northbound 101, take the Pelham exit, and then you make a loop round and then make a right at Pelham, and then take the Anderson Drive all the way to 2nd Street. It's the same thing when you exit from 580, make a left at Pelham Boulevard, and then the Anderson exit. So that's the detour route for 2 detours that we have for this closure. We are closely working with the San Rafael Police Department and CHP. So CHP, we are asking their assistance to assist us in the closure on the mainline highway, and for the city intersections, the city streets, in particular the detour routes that we have. We reached out to the San Rafael Police Department, Sergeant Justin Graham, and he's been very helpful. He helped us out in the first closure, and I think it went really well that time. So we are kind of replicating the same closure and assistance from the city and the police department. So you'll probably see this this coming week. We're going to be deploying our portable changeable message signs. These are we call PCMSs. You see a lot of them right now on the area. Those are just like orange flashing signs, like message signs that show what kind of information for the motorist. In this particular closure, we do go all the way the other side of the bridge and further down towards Golden Gate Bridge. And we try to send out the message that this is going to be happening and expect that it's going to be construction and closure. And also, we are hoping that there's not going to be much delay. That's why we try to send the message out. In addition to the portable changeable message signs, we also have the overhead CMS signs or overhead changeable message signs. Those are the ones you see that's fixed. It's used for like Amber Alerts. So you'll see messaging related to this project and this closure in particular. Starting this week, we're gonna have them flash. So we'll be prepared for that weekend closure. Typically, we have a couple that's heading northbound 101, and then there's also one that's on the Richmond side. So public outreach, what have we been doing lately? So we sent out a project update advisory last week on the 55-hour closure scheduled later on this month, and then as we go closer to the date, you'll see some traffic advisories, and then we'll be updating our project website, social media. The messaging will be out there, and then we're working with the city in getting the word out through the Nextdoor app, and also some public meetings, which is city council, where we have city council meetings that we have right now. Our public information officer is Bart Ney. I have his number over here, and I can share this with our city Department of Public Works counterparts, so they have the information for everybody. Okay. So agency coordination. Usually we've started our agency update meetings for this closure. We usually started like more than a month from the actual closure, and we've invited the City of San Rafael Public Works, CHP, Highway Patrol, the Police Department, the Fire Department, the Emergency Services, Golden Gate Bridge, the Transportation Authority of Marin, or TAM, and Sonoma County Transportation Agency. And of course, one of the important agencies we're dealing with is also the transit agencies, or the buses. So they are aware of what's going to be happening, and it's pretty much the same closure as we had on the first 55-hour closure. So it's just a copy of what we did before. Okay. With that, we're open to questions. I do want to say thank you and to everyone, especially for our counterparts with the Department of Public Works. We got Bill Guerin, who's been very helpful, April Miller, Sean Graff, everybody else in the Department of Public Works have been very helpful and been very patient with us actually when we're actually building this bridge.
Thank you, Jose David. Really appreciate that. If you could, thank you. Stop sharing the screen so I can see everyone, but I will call on my colleagues to see if they have questions. Vice Mayor.
Yes, super informative presentation, and thank you so much, particularly for working with our staff on all the different aspects of how this impacts our community. I know one of the burning questions in many people's minds is the pile driving over? Can you answer that definitively for us?
So there will be another set of pile driving, which is going to be on the west side. So the pile driving activity, we've been able to work with the contractor that they're going to be working during the daytime on pile driving behind the K-rail. So they were able to do that during this stage 2 construction that we had. So this eastern portion, they did had enough room to actually pile drive during the daytime. The same thing, the plan is basically we're going to try to pile drive during the daytime on the western portion.
Okay, and when can we expect that?
That's so once we switch the traffic to stage 3, I would say about 3 weeks from there, hopefully. Hopefully everything's gonna be will go well, that we'll hit that milestone.
And then after that round of pile driving, we'll be done with pile driving.
Yes, that's the last pile driving.
So that should be done by the end of this year.
Yes, definitely it'll be done end of this year. The pile driving will be done end of this year, before the end of this year.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Yes, thank you for that informative presentation. I wanted to just make sure I got it straight. At the end of this upcoming 55-hour window, the lane configuration on approach will look the same to the drivers. It's just that there's going to be some work done on the eastern side of it. Is that accurate?
So the 55-hour closure that we're gonna be doing this October is we're gonna be working on basically getting ready for switching the traffic to the eastern portion. We're gonna shift it. Right now the traffic is on the western portion. So we're gonna be switching it over to the eastern portion of the bridge.
Okay, so the lane configurations will actually switch at the end of the 55-hour construction period.
It's right now we are discussing that if we can do it on the 55-hour closure, but definitely close to that time frame. If it's not going to be on the 55-hour closure, it's probably within the next couple of weeks after the closure.
Okay, got it. So opportunistically, it could happen, but it may not.
Yes, we are pushing the contractor if we can do it on that time, because we're going to be using the whole 55-hour closure just for the approach slab itself. It does take a long time to basically dig out the existing slabs and then put in all the steel and then pouring the concrete and then waiting for it to cure. That takes pretty much the whole weekend.
Got it. No, thank you. That helps to have that expectation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Micah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jose, for the information. It's very helpful. I think when you presented the first time, we were talking about the communications, especially for the Southeast in San Rafael. So when I'm thinking about the Canal community, just curious to see, I know that you mentioned Nextdoor and some of the social media, but we do have, as you know, like a large Latino community. So are you doing this in Spanish as well? And how can we promote this so everybody is aware? Because I know that as we close Central San Rafael, a lot of the traffic is going to go through Francisco Boulevard or Pelham. So.
Yes. So our PIO is actually actively working in getting the word out. We are closely working with them on, basically telling them what to expect during that weekend. Definitely, I will reach out to them. And I know for the first 55-hour closure, they did send out some traffic advisory or public or project update that's multilingual, and I will actually tell them and remind them that we want to do that again to reach the whole community.
Okay, that's great. And anything we can do, to support that, we'll be happy to do it. So thank you.
Do that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we want to be good partners to everybody.
Thank you, Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. I was going to ask similar, I believe Nixle was used the last time to provide communication updates, and I thought that was really helpful. From the first closure, and maybe this is directed to you or maybe to Director Guerin, from the first closure, I know we received feedback from the community around the noise. Other than that, were there other things that we've took as lessons learned from that first closure that we're applying this time?
Yes, so we did our public information officers had a lot of comments about the noise, and we went back to the drawing board and basically told the contractors, is there any way you can do it in the daytime? And they said we can actually do it behind the K-rail or outside the traffic lanes, and be able to do it in the daytime. And that's what we've been doing. We did drive the piles on the eastern portion during the daytime, and that significantly helped with the community. And on this 55-hour closure, we have some construction noise, but it's not going to be as close to the noise that we had during the pile driving. The pile driving is totally different.
Right.
Yeah.
And other than the noise, was there other feedback from our community members outside of San Rafael or public transportation or any other areas of impact?
We didn't hear any comments from the especially the transit agencies or any other agencies, because we did actually tell them, hey, this is happening. At the first 55-hour closure, when we were planning it, the transit agencies, of course, they had some concerns that it's gonna take us longer to go to the bus station right there on 2nd Street. And then we kind of told them, okay, this is a better detour for you, and they've been really, really happy that we communicated early so they can prepare on their end.
Yeah, council member, I'll just comment also that the traffic flow was actually not as impactful as we were expecting in the first closure. The detours worked, the signage worked, the advance warning was successful. I think someone referred to it as, create Carmageddon and scare everybody to death. And I think Caltrans did a good job of that. And a lot of people just simply stayed away from the off-ramp during the 55-hour closure.
Yes, that's true. And we are so thankful that, the city, especially Bill Guerin, they've been really supportive of this project. And from the start, even from the design of it, this 355-hour closure is basically coming from the community. When we reached out to the city and asked the community and say, which one do you prefer? Do you like, multiple nights of closure, or you want to have this 355-hour closure to basically finish off majority of the work. And I think it's a great advantage for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay with us. We'll open it up to members of the public who might have additional comments or questions that we would filter back through the council. So the city clerk, there she is.
To comment on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. And if commenting by phone, please press *9. Once you've heard a notification that the host is inviting you to speak, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to provide public comment and then will be muted once time has elapsed. As a reminder, please speak slowly for our interpreters. We do have a hand.
Good evening. This is Bill Carney. Really appreciate the amount of detailed construction planning that is going into this. I have a somewhat longer range question, which I'd love to hear a Caltrans response to. This area is tidal and therefore it's subject to sea level rise. And so as we've asked before, will the new bridge be higher than the current one in order to in anticipation of sea level rise? And if so, by how much and for how long will that keep this investment operational? Thank you.
Thank you. We will make note of that question, and after public comment, we'll bring it back.
I currently see no other hands raised. I'll give everyone a few. That concludes public comment.
Okay, I'll close public comment. That's an excellent question, and I'll turn it over to you, Jose David. So this bridge and sea level rise, what type of planning has gone in to address that?
Yes, so we for the new bridge, it's actually not going to be raised. We see a lot of issues with raising the bridge itself. The location of the bridge, but mainly the northern portion of the bridge, is too close to the 2nd Street intersection. So if you raise it up, then you're going to have to do a little bit of adjustment. Well, not a little bit, but kind of a lot of adjustment on the 2nd Street intersection, and same thing with the off ramp. I can find out, but that's basically the main reason why it's not being raised as to account for the sea level rise.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, thank you for your presentation. I think the key takeaways are the pile driving's primarily happening during the day. We have the weekend, and that there'll be lots of signs for detours. I know our next agenda item is actually around resident engagement. We have a lot of neighborhood leaders that are listening to this call, so they can also push it out through their channels. And to your point, you guys did a great job last time working with city staff, working with the police department, and people stayed away. It was very quiet and kind of benign. I know I stayed away from it.
We hope it'll be the same. We hope
so. Everyone get their word out. Well, wonderful. Well, with that, we'll close this agenda item, and thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
And Mayor Kate, if I may, I'm going to toggle our interpreters.
Of course. Yes. Yes, Alejandro's done a great job. We will have Pablo come back in.
And we are ready.
Wonderful. So item 7A is resident engagement. We have an informational report, and I won't steal any of the thunder of either Susan Clark or Thomas Wong, and I will turn it over to Thomas to introduce.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. Good evening, and good evening to members of the City Council. My name is Thomas Wong, and I'm an analyst in the City Manager's Office. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to introduce our consultant and our presenter tonight, Susan Clark. Susan is the founder and executive director of Common Knowledge, a longtime consultant in community engagement based here in San Rafael that works with cities, counties, and regional collaboratives across California. Susan has been working with the city on resident engagement since June, and we're excited to have her here today to present a summary of her findings to date. With that, Susan, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Wait, unmute, Susan. Here we go.
Thank you. So I'm going to share my screen. I really appreciate this opportunity. Whoops, I don't want to share it that way. Repractice this. I really appreciate the opportunity to provide an informational update. And this is on the topic of inclusive resident engagement, and Mayor Kate announced this activity at the June 21st meeting. And this is an interim update for the council and the people who were interviewed in the phase 1 of this project and other local leaders and community members. And in addition to the mayor and the council and the support I've gotten from the city manager's office, and thank you, Thomas, I also want to acknowledge that many people are listening in tonight, including those who are newer to city council meetings, and they've been hanging in here. When I guessed what time would this agenda item show up, yeah, I was off by a bit. So thank you everybody for being here. So it's informational, but if our energy and stamina permits, my aim is to get guidance from council and community members, and that will help shape our phase 2. Just a brief background about common knowledge. We work with public agencies, city, county governments, foundations, any entity that's working with an entire community, the entire community ecosystem. In the jargon, we're called reflective practitioners. That means we're usually brought in not to say, here's a fixed model, but we're listening and to what is already happening. And usually we're brought in when someone's trying to do innovation, as I know that the mayor and the council and your community partners are trying to do. It's a particular pleasure to be working on this assignment because I am myself a 27-year resident of San Rafael. So what is resident engagement? There's civic engagement, there's community engagement, and the city and your community partners are doing things all the time for different issues, getting input on different decisions. But we, for this assignment, said, let's talk about that neighborhood and resident grassroots engagement. And my working definition as we shape this project was, we're talking about communications and capacity building, skill building, capacity to identify and work on issues of shared community concern. How are people working together, city and community, to improve quality of life? I think the Citizen of the Year award to Shirley Fisher and the commentary around that already sort of exemplified that spirit. And the city of San Rafael has a long tradition of resident engagement in and across neighborhoods. And the pandemic has brought up several additional examples of how the city has collaborated. Sometimes you are leading, sometimes you're collaborating, sometimes you are providing a supportive role, but there's so many ways that we're working together in these uncertain and complicated times. I think the interesting thing about the pandemic is it's just put a spotlight on the stakes for effective communication. It's not enough for a city to send information out. You need to know, was it received? Was it trusted? Was it comprehended? Do people have what they need to act on it? So there's a lot of excellent things happening right now in the midst of these challenges. So I think that the guiding question of this exercise is, how can San Rafael build on these experiences to keep expanding inclusive resident engagement? A lot of good work is happening. How do you build on it? So the mayor pointed to 3 timely factors to consider. Now you elect your council members by district, more prevalent technology such as these virtual meetings, and also the city's ongoing commitment to racial equity and social justice. So with that backdrop, the goals are to increase the number and the diversity of people interested in and informed about city activities, a desire to expand the pipeline, the field, the bench of people willing and ready to serve in various capacities, and to support, excuse the jargon, multi-directional information flows, information coming out from the city, coming in, but the collaborators that I listened to on this project, care very much that it's not in and out as one binary, but multi-directional. So who are the residents in resident engagement? So people in San Rafael live in over 30 neighborhoods. This happens to be the version of the map that you use for your general plan 2040. Many neighborhoods are represented by a voluntary neighborhood association. In some cases, it's a homeowners association. In some cases, it's a different kind of configuration. And there are also neighborhoods that are not represented by a formal neighborhood association, but other community-based organizations are filling some of the same functions of neighborhood associations. So it's a little bit all over the place. And then many of the current associations might be in transition. It's a bit dynamic. So it's not like a fixed, well, this is the checklist. It's a evolving landscape. But interestingly, almost everybody in the neighborhood association landscape is leaning in to how they can be more inclusive resident engagement. So we're doing this together. So part one, I am giving a summary of the phase one interviews, and the mayor and the 4 council members were generous with their time, had a few interviews with city staff. It was not an elaborate, comprehensive cross-departmental check-in, but a touch with that. And then with those neighborhood associations, 10 leaders affiliated with the neighborhood associations, as well as some of the umbrella organizations, the Federation and the Port San Pedro Road Coalition, and also Responsible Growth Marin. Then we also supplemented that with leads at local organizations, Canal Alliance, people who volunteer at the Marin Community Clinic Health Hub, and Sustainable San Rafael, Resilient Neighborhoods, the Chamber. So people who were, playing other roles in terms of spreading information and communications and other interviews. This list of interviews was not meant to be exhaustive or comprehensive, but a good starting place. What we talked about in the interviews, people were generous with their time, and we covered all of this and more. What were people's journey aligned to the engagement? The why. The important thing here is this is a voluntary activity. People are volunteering significant amount of time and energy. Council members do this, on top of day jobs and other things. Community members are doing this. And it's just very, very interesting. How do you sustain a healthy city and community? What are your motivations and how does that last over time? How has the organization they're affiliated with, their purpose in all of this, and in many cases, I said the evolution, and how they engage others in the community. Their hopes for resident engagement in San Rafael, the information sources and channels they use, and the people they're trying to engage use, and then their thoughts about district communications. For people who spent a long time with me on the phone, we got all of it, that you had specific suggestions that were not into the summary of the broad areas of agreement. That will unfold in phase 2. And tonight's presentation is even a summary of the summary. But that's just to check in together about the broad areas of agreement and begin to get guidance about that phase 2. So the number one big finding above all else is there's a common sense or common impression that civic decision-making in San Rafael still skews, like many other jurisdictions, like many municipalities, to people who are older, who are Anglo, and have a certain kind of educational and professional background. It's a common phenomenon. And across all of the interviewees, whatever their personal background, there was a really sincere, deep commitment for more inclusive engagement representative of all residents of San Rafael. And to touch on a few examples, people were calling out and specifically saying renters as well as homeowners, people at different life stages, different socioeconomic and educational backgrounds, clear attention to Spanish speakers and other residents whose primary language is not English. That happens to be 27% of residents. Small business owners, maybe the ones that are too small to be chamber members. And there was a cross-cutting kind of resident who was a trusted connector, people who share information with those not reached well by official civic communications. So this was the cross-cutting thing that came up in every single interview about this desire for more engagement. And just a few samples of the quotes. And I'll let you read this, but there was broad agreement that communities are stronger and better with a lot of diverse voices. And whether you rent or own, you are part of the community. People are looking around the room and the committees are looking around the Zoom room. want more diverse participation, and people who were, helping the council connect with the people who aren't showing up at the meeting, said that, they really understood they're playing a very important role of identifying issues and conditions that weren't obvious. Now, as we talked about, renters being one of the most common types of residents called out. People who've just been through General Plan 2040 or the council may know these demographics, but we found not everybody in the interviews were on top of the demographics. So just a little bit of a highlight that owners and renters, are split about evenly. And one way of looking at housing types just gives you a sense of, there's a diversity of housing types. So single family homes, small multi-family homes, about a third of the homes in San Rafael are in large multi-family apartment buildings, and we have some mobile homes as well. Over 50% of the residents are in that 25 to 64-year-old age range. So the people who live in San Rafael are younger than the most familiar people participating in decision making. Similarly, education levels, a little over half have a graduate degree and at least a bachelor's degree and possibly a graduate degree, but only a little under half don't have a college degree. And similarly for income, almost half are in a household with 100,000 or more, but more than half not. So thinking about that desire, these were the types of attributes that were called out about more inclusive engagement. There were a lot of other areas of agreement. Everyone interviewed saw themselves as actively engaged in this activity of connecting people to the city and community issues. And it was interesting because there are a lot of different personality. It wasn't just one kind of personality does this. There are people with very different backgrounds and motivations. And yet there was a desire to see the city as sort of a network of networks. And what are these networks? And so there's so many different projects and people and communities and micro communities and how to link them. Pretty broad agreement about the desire for early engagement, especially across issues. And that's really the role of the resident engagement as a complement to the traditional, we have a big decision coming up, let's make sure we've consulted with the community. So there are the episodes that a particular department or city function might do. But this conversation was about what is that ongoing knowledge building communication across issues. People were talking about more intentional support for people newer to civic issues. What kind of background information would they need? What kind of context? And then even for people who know the issues well, on the tricky issues, really being able to dig down into the city's role relative to the counties, relative to other public agencies. So this context is very, very important, came up a lot. And then no surprise, but the need for a variety of channels and formats. And I think what was interesting in the interviews, and I will call out, I'm not calling out all the interviews, but because she's newer to city council meetings, she used to come a while ago. Carla Valdez is a longtime volunteer at the Marine Community Clinic Health Hub for the walk-ups. Councilmember Kurtz volunteers there too, so she probably knows Carla. But anyway, what Carla talks about when she's making sure that community members are getting information at the Health Hub, and it might be about rent increases, it might be about a teen mental health initiative. I asked Carla, well, do you like to do it with, Facebook, or do you like to do it word of mouth? Do you like to do this? And Carla was explaining that every single issue, she's thinking which person needs it in which format. So she is customizing all the time. So it might be 4 or 5 different formats. So the need for a variety of channels and formats is even within, one person. And I think that's no different than the council members talking about how they need things in different formats for the different audiences. So what's lifted up is the value of these neighborhood groups, the work they're doing. We don't have time in this meeting to talk about great examples about, what's getting cleaned up, hands-on work with medians or fire safety or different kinds of murals. But there were so many different urgent issues, as well as, social fabric being woven issues. But I think the idea that these are folks doing this work. And I love this. We are the worker bees. We show up again and again to analyze things, to share it with others, because it's checking that comprehension. Because how it might make sense in a city council meeting isn't necessarily what's going to make sense to every resident. We get together, we find a solution. There's a strength in knowing who you can count on. And then also the coaching function that was already brought up in recognition of Shirley's work. There are other coaches out there all over the city helping, and they might be coaching at an individual level or coaching other organizations. And this desire to connect networks, some people on the interviews knew that they wanted to reach folks. They just didn't feel that they had the connections, and they needed help, to make the connection they wanted. Multiple interviews brought up the city schools collaboration, because the schools do have a lot of reach to diverse residents, but making sure to do that in a way that's respectful to the schools, not a burden, not as a formal, you have to do an MOU, but really finding who are the people working on safe routes and the events, just so that sort of neighbor to neighbor, person to person level. One of the diagrams we talked about is the idea that there's digital networks and digital innovation and social networks and social innovation. And this diagram is the progression of the internet and how it started out more centralized, became decentralized, and over time has evolved to actually mimic human and biological networks. And so I think it's just natural that your desire to, be a digital leader and also be a social leader is, linking those digital and social networks. As far as constructive engagement, we heard, about from council members and community leaders what wasn't helpful. Sort of drive by, here's a complaint. Just straight complaints doesn't create a dialogue to figure out the deeper context of the situation for anybody involved. And then also not wanting to wait until the last minute, because it's just not a great learning environment. And everybody spoke in different ways to how do people learn. So are people intimidated by the process? What kind of background information do they need? Some people had more experience than others about the practice of bringing residents with lived experience side by side with people of the technical knowledge. And that's really sort of the forefront of where the field of community engagement is going. And in different ways, people spoke to this, that the structure of public hearings and the official meetings just isn't adequate to, create the kind of dialogue and exchange for, working together and quality of life. And part of the assignment was to investigate what people are thinking about district communications. And it turned out there wasn't, where we saw lots of broad agreement, this was still sort of new area. So it wasn't like there was some clear guidance. Instead, what was clear is that council members and these resident leaders agreed that council members shouldn't just be thinking about their district. People want the council to be thinking citywide about issues, as well as keep developing an understanding of the needs of the district residents. So it was both and. When I said, how do you feel about district meetings? If someone went into their head and said, oh, it's another meeting, like another civic meeting, there wasn't a lot of enthusiasm for, well, let's, because they were it might duplicate or just be another layer. But people, were thinking about, well, what could a district gathering be that would be additive and beneficial? They were interested in gatherings that supported neighbor-to-neighbor exchange and helped build basic knowledge. And several people volunteered a desire to have people interested in neighborhood resident engagement meet across districts. So one of the diagrams that I used in the interviews, just to see if we were talking about the same thing, as a traditional model civic meeting is the city shares information and then the information comes back in. It's this way. And then on the right is a community learning conversation where not only is the information coming back and forth between the city and the residents, but it's between the residents as well. And the city does these kinds of meetings, right? It's not that this is a new concept, but I think there was an interest in being clear, maybe because sometimes you might plan a learning conversation and, people come in thinking it's the old style and all they want to do is make sure the mayor heard them, or vice versa. So it's just, understanding when would you want to do a community learning conversation, but there was a keen appetite for that. So next steps, understanding that this is just a summary of a summary, following the feedback and guidance today is we're going to continue collaborating to reach out to get an even more representative cross-section of residents in phase 2. And there's many ways that we can do that. I don't think we're going to design it tonight, but we want to hear, suggestions that help finish that design. But in addition to doing that outreach, there is a piece of phase 2 that has a cross-generational, multicultural co-design. So we have community members from these different backgrounds working together to react to these phase 1 findings and the longer list of specific suggestions, to look at examples of communications and outreach. The city has several good ones to look at. What worked well, what would we add? And then jointly develop priorities for more inclusive engagement. So what I think is interesting is someone might say, okay, you're going to get, this group of people and they're going to do the comprehensive community engagement plan. My common knowledge contract actually takes you through just enough of phase 2 to say, how would this, more broad input and this, cross-gen, multicultural team prioritize priorities and identify what's already happening. So the idea here is not to build out a new plan, but to build on what's happening and attach to it, and then identify some gaps. And then we would bring it back to the council and the community, but I would propose a study session style next time, right? So this is an informational report, guidance, officially announced, you're in the middle of this, but then I think a format that allows for more of that collaborative dialogue. To make sure that anybody who is listening in tonight or listening to the recording knows that we want them to join the conversation and add their input. The city has created a dedicated webpage for this. And I don't know if the clerk can drop that URL into the chat box. And then Common Knowledge had an extra phone line lying around, 415-454-6500. It's not our newest equipment here, so be patient. It might take a little time to pick up, but we're just piloting this. And if it's worthwhile, then we can, figure out with the city how to get a better phone line. But at either place, in English or Spanish, we want your input. And a thing to remember here is sometimes if you're in a city council setting, there's so much that's new or overwhelming. You might think, well, if I can't keep up with every agenda item, I don't think I have anything to contribute. This conversation is inviting people who are completely new to city council meetings or city process, or have a little bit of experience, or also the folks with a lot of experience, because we want to make sure it's like a third, new, some, and a lot together, because that's how you're going to end up being able to design something that achieves your goals for more inclusive engagement. So we have some amazing residents who are already familiar with civic process, phenomenal, right? And then we also have some other amazing residents who care about the community, but they might be soccer coaches or crossing guards or doing something else, and they don't know about this, city process. And if we can bring them together, I think we can have a stronger community fabric, because it's not only what you know, it's who you know it with. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. That was awesome. And hopefully we can have those. Well, I guess they are available because we're recording this, so people can go back and look at those slides. Those were tremendous. And I did want to follow up on one thing you had talked about versus this is a presentation and you're reporting out versus a study session. But we've done that deliberately because you have been working on this. We did bring it up to the community a couple months ago, and we wanted them to know, we want people listening in to know that we're working on this. Scheduling study sessions, I totally agree. The 4 people that I serve with trying to get our schedules, it is insane. So we felt it was more important to keep the momentum going, right, and to have an update and to have a conversation about where we are versus the really super deep, juicy stuff. it was kind of a scheduling thing, to be honest, a timing thing. So with that, what I'd like to do, I will call on my council members and see if they have additional questions. And then we absolutely, of course, will open it up to public comment. And so let's start with questions, and then we'll hear from the public, and then we'll come back with input and comments from the council. So Vice Mayor, please.
Thank you. Susan, fantastic presentation. Really like the tracks that you're on, going out there to find the people who aren't listening to us now, so that we could bring them in and get their perspectives on all the issues that we're working on their behalf. And that's great. I'm wondering, at what point in this process are we going to get some suggestions, some concrete proposals from you? Well, we recognize the need for this. We're not communication experts, so I'm very eager to understand when we're going to get some proposals so that we can really start thinking deep thoughts about that and how we can evaluate them.
So phase 2 will be taking the specific suggestions that have already come up in phase 1 and then adding the additional suggestions from the broader outreach. So our purpose tonight, and I appreciate your enthusiasm to get to the concrete, but we tonight are getting your reaction to those broad areas of agreement. Is something missing? Are these principles on track? And if so, then we are continuing to collect the proposals and then have this broader group, evaluate them for priority, and also, better integration with, or next step iteration with city staff to see whether these things are already happening and with the partners.
Yeah, that sounds great. 100% agree with your areas of study and your identified areas of addition to come up with techniques for additional outreach to these groups, and very much look forward to your proposals. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Kurtz. Don't worry, I'll have everyone will be able to weigh in on this for sure.
Susan, we talked for so long. It was a great conversation, and thank you for capturing so much of, I know, my conversation, but I'm sure others as well in the presentation. I think of like websites and social media and all these other things as tools. And I want to make sure, those are solution-y, but we know that. And I think one of the conversations I said, gosh, we could put write the message in the sky, and I don't even know if people would see it. And then this weekend, I was actually thinking of you as I was reading the packet. There was a message in the sky and somebody put it out on Nextdoor and everyone commented. And so I'm like, okay, so maybe that is the answer. Like, maybe that is it. So, but it was funny because I actually thought of this conversation. One of the things that as we go through this, I've been asking other cities and people who live in other cities, how do you get your information? What works best? And no one says, oh, our city has it all down. Like, we got it all covered. It's perfect. But I bet you have examples from other places of where people do say, like, okay, this is a good best practice from other cities. So I think as we go through this process, I don't think we necessarily have to recreate the wheel on a lot of that. So I'm hoping we're able to leverage some of that information from other places. And then lastly, I just want to make sure as we go through in phase 2, we're working with the community to define what the problem is. I'm not sure we've actually defined the problem. Is it just I'm not getting the information? Is it I'm not trusting the information I'm getting? Is it I think there's other information happening in places? You know what I'm just trying not sure I understand necessarily that we've actually defined the problem. There is a problem, because there's a lot of feedback around this, but I want to make sure we actually are able to articulate what the problem of our communication nut we're trying to crack.
Mayor, may I speak? So thank you, Councilmember Kurtz. I think there were two things that came up. You're right. It is not just here's a list of tools. It's not the what, it's the how you're doing it. And in this case, the resident engagement piece which is a subset of every communication the city does. It's this, building this ongoing dialogue and collaboration and positive information flows. It's the how, where it isn't just the city, saying, well, now we're going to switch to, this format or that, we'll make the font bigger. It's really the one of the key findings is doing it through the networks. You're not doing it alone. You're doing it in partnership with these different groups and collaborators. And when you talk about, I really appreciate you said, what are the examples, the best practices? And in some cases, absolutely, you can go to conferences. I present, other people do about best practices. But one of the first things to do is say, well, what are the best practices happening here in your city? The city isn't doing them, but other partners are. And so I think what we want very much to make sure that we're doing is respect what's working where information is flowing. And so that was also part of the interviews. So and then I really appreciate your point about define what the problem is. And so we know if you're providing services, you're doing for. And in communications, you're like, well, no, we're doing it with. We're doing this communication thing together. But sometimes it's not, you need to discover with these community collaborators and neighborhood associations and other partner organizations and individual super connectors. That's what this next phase is to put a higher priority, a higher clarity on, what people say of all the things we've been doing. These are the 2 or 3 things that are going to make a difference. And then how do you want to measure and define that and track it? And it is an ongoing practice. You're absolutely right. It's not like, here's the formula and we'll get it done. It's a continuous learning. And what was very interesting about the pandemic, because I think it's created this attitude in the city and in local organizations of, there wasn't a right way to do it, a wrong way to do it. There was the try, iterate, pilot, improve, evaluate. And I think that's the spirit of what I'm hearing people are ready to do together on this.
Thank you. So additional questions, and we for sure will have time for more comments from the council after we hear from the public, but additional questions, Councilmember Hill?
Yeah, I think right there, Susan, you answered where I was going with my questioning was around, how do we, what is your, maybe you can elaborate a little bit further. You started to do that around how do we evaluate effectiveness of what we would come up with, maybe a glimpse into the future a little bit, not necessarily what we're going to choose, but how do we evaluate effectiveness? I think I immediately am attracted to applying an innovation framework where we have a timeline and we say, well, how are we going to measure how effective this is? I can see benefits and drawbacks to doing surveys, how people feel, because is it actually effective or does it make people feel good? How do you consider evaluating effectiveness of different options that we might explore?
Well, thank you. I appreciate that you're looking to me as someone who has a lot of experience in this field. I think I would rather turn it back and say, this assignment with common knowledge is like a prelude to, there's work that's happening in the city right now on its communication. So there's a parallel activity. There are different efforts going on digital reach. There's different efforts on, racial equity and social inclusion, both in the city and other, so there's a bunch of different parallel efforts. And so I think this next phase is to say, and that's under guidance of the council and the city manager's office. So I don't mean to sidestep it, but I think it goes back to if you have this cross section of residents and they're reaching out to their networks and we're getting to that, answer that question the council member said, well, it's not what's the problem, what's the opportunity? What is that next step that you all want to do? And the city had a community engagement plan in 2013-14. If you go back and look at it, some of the desires about demystifying government and, making sure that you're doing as good a job as you can for people who aren't native English speakers and, Spanish language and so forth, that the what's aren't that different. What's different about what you did in this case is you opened it up to say the how. How are we going to do this together? Because communication is a collaborative activity. It's not a city service that it is something the city does in collaboration with other folks. So I think how you evaluate the effectiveness, there's an internal city discussion about that. And there's also a city and partners discussion about that. And I think it would be premature for me to start giving you, for instances, just the same way about different tools. I think that's the, but I think, there will definitely be measures.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so thank you so much, Susan. This is always so helpful to, anything that you're involved is always fascinating. So thank you so much for helping the city. I think I'm thinking about what you mentioned about Carla and how in our city we are also diverse. It's one of the best things about San Rafael, how diverse we are, and how communications has to be diverse as well and really customize it. Where I'm thinking, in the canal, we can make assumptions about we need to make videos via text or sometimes it's like visiting door to door. Sometimes it's through the church. I think there's not a wrong or right way to do it. And I can see like a little pilot with all these leaders in the community telling us what they need, how we need to communicate. So it's not just us trying to figure it out if we are going to do this or that. It's more like them telling us what they are using currently to be very effective. And I think one of the silver lining of COVID-19 was definitely the communications that happened, especially in the canal, when there was like a really high rate of cases. And all the CBOs, the city, the county, we all came together trying to figure out what is the best way to really communicate and make a big difference. And so Councilmember Hill, when you were mentioning about how do we test, how do we prove if it works? I mean, I think in that instance, just to see the level of vaccinations, the reduce of COVID cases, that was a clear example of like excellent communications. So I feel very fortunate to have amazing grassroots leaders, and but that's a question that I have. How, because I can think, okay, sometimes there is a language barrier where I've been in meetings with the community that I'm having the meeting in English and everybody's very quiet, and then you go into chat rooms and in Spanish and everybody starts talking, So how do we make it effective, but that people really will trust the system and will express, what they are thinking. So that's a question that I have. And then is it by districts, but then is it by language? Is it by, things that they have in common? So those are all the questions that I have that I think would be really helpful to have maybe, I don't know, a pilot in the canal with these leaders and helping us identify how we can not only communicate, but also unify the diverse community, that they have maybe different languages, but same issues and same opportunities. So it's a question, a thought, I don't know. I'll put it out there.
No, beautiful.
Can I link what Councilmember Lawrence Gulati said about, there are so many stories about positive collaboration and communication. So to go back to Councilmember Hill's question about how do you evaluate effectiveness, one way is to measure how many people are reached, and it could be attitudes, but I think it's also these more holistic stories of outcomes that were achieved together. And then people saying, well, how did we do it, and debriefing it together. And I think one of the things that we've talked about is in phase 2 of this is taking some of these case studies and letting people look at it, because they will look at one of these situations and bring very different perspectives to those cumulative outcomes on what was made better about quality of life, as well as the measures of who was reached and so forth. And then as far as Spanish language, I'm keenly aware that I conducted these interviews in English, although I was fortunate enough to have several of the interviews with people who are skilled bilingual, bicultural connectors. But Councilmember Lawrence Gulati and I said a very first next step would be to have a Spanish language discussion. And I think your question about by district or by, that's actually part of till we sorted out whether, if you, how you want to structure that.
Thank you. I just have a kind of quick comment and a question, and then I'll wait to hold all my comments. Susan, I was struck, first of all, thank you. I mean, we're having this conversation. I think we've all been looking forward to it, and really look forward to hearing what our community has to say about it. The 2013 plan, I want to, we did actually do a great job of working out with the community, and I think it's an evolution of building on that. And I think of the electronic sign in the canal, that didn't come from the city or the council. Obviously, we're the one, it was approved by the council and ended up being installed by the city. But that's a really concrete example that came 100% from being in conversation with the folks through the focus groups and that we did back then. So I can, that really just popped into my mind, like that's what has worked, how did we get to that? And that really resonated. The one question I did have, we started, you had mentioned June. That was actually not the first conversation. This council started talking about it, I think after I was sworn in and the other new council members were sworn in January. And we have done surveys of, granted, it was a very small slice of that big pie that you talked about in terms of, well, the demographics that you gave. So granted, it is a small slice. But from that one, I'm curious how we would utilize that data. Would we not use that data? Because from that, there was a keen interest of those groups to have district information that's really relevant to them. It's not that they're not interested in what's going on in a different neighborhood, but what that came forward in those data is actually a desire. So can you speak to how we might be able to use the survey data that we already have from earlier this year?
Yes, and thank you very much. And we did review that survey data, and the overall reactions on that were consistent with these interviews. So these interviews were more of the how. And so I didn't mean to indicate that people weren't interested in district information or that district level wouldn't be an interesting format to get some of that more basic information out to community members. I think there was I just a few folks were like, well, is this going to be an extra, redundant, so that was the only thing. And so how to make sure collaboratively planning that it is seen as additive and not duplicative.
Absolutely. And you had mentioned the whole, and what struck me in one of your slides was talking about the issue of time. I mean, we're basically all volunteers on the screen, as well as all the community network contributors, homeowner association leaders are all volunteering and using this in the margins of their lives, as it were. And so knowing that if you're only going to go to 3 meetings in a quarter or a year or whatever, what do you want that meeting to look like? Like that's one of the things I'm thinking about. And maybe you're going to want to know about a proposed big development in your backyard versus something that's in it and that might not impact your daily life as much. So that's a part I'll be curious to hear when we open it up, which I will now, to the public to get a sense of that. So the city clerk, if you can help us out, I'm sure we'll have lots of input. And again, this is it is informational report. We're going to accept the report. We're not making any decisions, but what we want to do is to hear input and ideas from the community at this phase 1.
Thank you. To comment on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. And if commenting by phone, please press *9. And once you hear a notification to unmute yourself, each speaker will have 2 minutes to provide public comment, and then will be muted once time has elapsed. As a reminder, please speak slowly for our interpreters. And I'll actually take this opportunity to toggle, as it's been 45 minutes, right before we start public comment. Okay, and we are ready. Here's our first speaker.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your report, Susan, and for your commitment. My name is Amy Lykover. I'm the president of the Federation of San Rafael Neighborhoods. Ours is the umbrella group of individuals, friends, member neighborhood associations, homeowner associations throughout the city. We communicate with thousands of residents, multi-generational and with an array of cultural and socioeconomic backgrounds. We are renters and homeowners. Our group began meeting with City Manager Rod Gould during his tenure in 1996 to 2005. Fed President Steve Patterson had brought so many issues that Gould himself proposed a monthly meeting with city officials. Thus was laid a cornerstone of San Rafael's regular neighborhood engagement. To use Susan Clark's phrase, this is one channel and format, an opportunity to collaborate. In these meetings, there was collective work on issues, both parties rolled up their sleeves and problem solved. Comments weren't timed and real dialogue ensued. This was historic grassroots democracy and empowered many residents to feel personally connected to their city government. The monthly city neighborhood meetings continued throughout Mayor Phillips' tenure when we often shared the chairing. These constructive meetings ended in November 2020 with a new administration. Granted, the pandemic was upon us, but that was not the reason that the meetings were stopped, because city meetings continued online. We've had a survey, consultancy about engagement, and we are committed to even greater engagement, interested in new or different ways. But meanwhile, let's keep up this special monthly collaboration with the city. The Fed Steering Committee unanimously supports reinstating San Rafael's regular monthly meetings with city staff. Ours is a city of neighborhood. We look forward to being welcomed back to City Hall in an informal and very special group setting, beneficial to the city and to our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
We're ready for you, Richard.
Hi, everyone. My name is Richard Bernstein. I'm the Vice President of the Federation of San Rafael Neighborhoods. And as Amy said, our membership consists of neighborhood associations, homeowners associations, and individuals from neighborhoods without a formal association. The Federation had the good fortune to be in conversation with Susan Clark as she completed phase 1 of her neighborhood engagement project. In her report, Susan shared that participants repeatedly expressed the need to engage community members earlier in the project process, and that there was also a desire for more dialogue, supporting mutual learning and collaboration rather than heated debate at the final stage of a project and making recommendations. So neighborhoods are asking for more direct interactions rather than being pointed to a website, a project description, or other online sources. And the ability to make a 2-minute comment during a meeting is a poor substitute for face-to-face dialogue and discussions. And as Susan said in her presentation tonight, we get together, we find solutions is a desired approach. So I strongly support the return of regularly scheduled city neighborhood meetings, and I'm hopeful that this will be part of Susan's phase 2 recommendations. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Richard.
Good evening. This is Kim Keith Brown speaking again. First of all, let me say thank you to the council and to Mayor Cullen for the opportunity to offer some comments on what I think is a really important topic of how to optimize or expand citizen engagement in the city. I commend your decision to partner with Susan Clark and Common Knowledge in this endeavor. I believe that despite our best intentions in any area, public officials, community leaders, it is always valuable to take a fresh look at how we work and find different ways to be innovative and inclusive. My family and I have lived in San Rafael for 15 years, my husband and 2 daughters and myself. But my own participation in public forums like this one began just 4 years ago when I joined the Terra Linda Homeowners Association. And coincidentally, when I began working alongside Shirley Fisher and several other experienced and committed residents. I mention this because I don't think my history is uncommon. I think so many of us are
Wait, Kim, we lost you.
When we find an organization or am I still here?
Yeah, now you are.
Oh, okay. Okay, but we only really become involved when we find an organization or a group of people who inspire us to join the conversation. In my case, and in that of a lot of other people with whom I've spoken, civic engagement is inspired by opportunity, it's fueled by information, and it's facilitated by relationships. So with this in mind, I found the insights from Susan's first stage of work to be really heartening. I am particularly pleased by the emphasis on building opportunities for neighborhood to neighborhood exchange through.
Lindsay, can she get a little bit more time because she had a weird tech glitch? I know, sorry, everyone just has to.
No, that's fine.
So Kim, sorry about that. It's just, we lost you for like 15 seconds and I'm sure you had timed your comments.
Kim, I'm going to allow you to speak again.
Okay, I'll speak fast and mind my phone. So I was particularly pleased by the emphasis on neighborhood to neighborhood exchange through important spaces like the Federation as well as new ones, the Federation of San Rafael Neighborhoods that Amy and Richard just spoke to. I would love the opportunity to hear how other neighbors and residents are tackling topics and learn from their experiences. I also welcomed Susan's concepts that you included, Susan, such as moving from meetings to conversations and multi-directional dialogue. I think those things reframe what we're doing in a really important way. And finally, I was glad to see the emphasis on fostering ongoing dialogue, learning, and collaboration. I think that is really important, as has been mentioned, for building good relationships. So thank you, Susan and Common Knowledge, for these insights. And I welcome the opportunity to collaborate with you all as these ideas move forward.
Thank you, Kim.
If you dialed in and you've been asked to unmute, you'll need to press *6. I'm going to move to the next speaker for now.
Hi, Bill Carney again with Sustainable San Rafael. It's great that the city is taking a comprehensive approach to building community. To really appreciate that. I'm going to go with Councilmember Bushy and put forward one concrete proposal, which is speaking to 2 minutes on screen face-to-face. And the proposal is, please, could you consider opening up and allowing the public to be seen as we speak on these Zoom formats, which I believe will have a future in various times going forward. But now would be a great time to pioneer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Good evening, Mayor Kate and all the council members. My name is Sunny Lee. I am interim secretary for the Southern Heights Neighborhood Association, which is not a official neighborhood association that you could find in the San Rafael neighborhood map. I'm guessing our neighborhood is a sort of part of a picnic hill neighborhood, and I do not aware of actually there's ongoing neighborhood active neighborhood association is going. Several residents on the Picnic Avenue has joined our communication loop that I keep 130, 40 email addresses that occasionally I use to announce something like, there's a 55 hours extra lamp close or such a information I share in that email addresses. Personally, I found as a getting older, when I was young, I wasn't actively involved in city matters. I don't think I haven't been to the council meetings up until 43 first time. So it's something I realized there's a different interest than I am very much wanted younger folks to be involved in and be invited to the meetings. And if you could give me just a few more seconds for my speech. One thing I want to mention is the Federation of San Rafael Neighborhood Association currently requires.
Sorry, Sunny. Yeah, the 2 minutes was up. And I do want to underscore that there's a resident engagement page. I think, City Clerk, did you put that in the chat? I think you did. So please. And there's a phone number. Please call in and you can leave the longest message you want. We're going to make sure we get the information. And it really is, we want to hear from everyone. And, you know, it is, the reality is we meet every other week. It's 9:30. We want to keep hearing your input and continue our council meeting. So that is why we have the 2 minutes, just so you know. That's why we don't let you go on and on. So next speaker, please.
I've asked someone to unmute. SPRC host. Here we go.
Thank you. This is Bonnie Marmer, and it shows the San Pedro Road Coalition host. I'm sorry, my name isn't up there, but it's Bonnie Marmer. I'm co-president of the Point San Pedro Road Coalition. And I was delighted to have the opportunity to have a wide-ranging discussion with Susan Clark when she reached out to me. I think that it's terrific that this effort is being made and that more inclusion is coming. I think that that's an important goal. I wanted to mention that the Point San Pedro Road Coalition is not a homeowners association. It's a nonprofit. It's a 501c3. So our goals and our mission are a little different than neighborhood associations. We got started long ago, as Amy Lycover mentioned, that Rod Gould was a city manager back then, more than 20 years ago. And at that time, there were big issues in the Point San Pedro Road area with regard to the rock quarry. There were issues that needed to be addressed. And again, now those same issues or different issues are coming. We're still dealing with that in our area. It's a primary environmental issue for us, but we have become so much more, and we deal with not just our environment and our wetlands, but with disaster preparedness and so much more. We did participate in monthly meetings and learn much from other neighborhood associations. And we look forward to having other opportunities to partner with the city, the staff, and neighborhoods throughout San Rafael to work toward the betterment of our city. And we thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Good evening. My name is Victoria DeWitt. I have lived in San Rafael almost 40 years and have been involved with my neighborhood association and individually for almost the entire time. I'd like to quote from the presentation, quote, "Relying on an existing structure of scheduled hearings and meetings may be falling short of the need to truly communicate," end quote. I have a great example. Earlier in this meeting, I requested action by the City Council to adopt an urgent interim ordinance, and what I heard for my urgent request for City Council action was a referral to the Community Development Department, and they would get back to me sometime this week. My request for the City Council was diverted to a city department, and my urgent request was given a sometime this week response. I don't really feel that my request was really heard and addressed. A more appropriate response would have been for the council to schedule this issue on the next council agenda item, since it is only the council that can adopt an urgent interim ordinance. In addition, I'm disappointed that our elected city officials are not meeting with the Federation as has been the policy in the past. Not only does the Federation provide residents with a place to be heard with issues and concerns being openly discussed, but the Federation also provides the city a means to communicate with its residents. The role the Federation plays in conjunction with the city is invaluable. I urge you as our elected officials to welcome the opportunity to meet and work directly with our constituents that are part of the Federation and recognize the value the Federation brings to the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victoria.
Good evening, Mayor Kate and council members. This is Jeff Rhodes, Resilient Shore. I want to compliment you on this noble endeavor. It seems to me that there's a tremendous challenge to keep in contact and maintain a dialogue with our broader community. Folks are real busy, and it seems that people are primarily motivated by what they care about or what impacts them directly or what they fear. And certainly, if there is this open dialogue, there's a way of getting to folks early enough so that they can actually provide meaningful input into conversations that affect our decisions. I also want to offer an opportunity to participate. I'd like to participate with you in phase 2. Clearly, our mission in dealing with sea level rise and flood risk reduction and transportation resiliency requires that we reach out to all the different cohorts that are involved in our community. And it seems that the younger folks and folks in the canal and so forth, we're having difficulty having them participate because I think they're so busy and these issues may affect them directly, but they may not be aware of them. But in any case, this is really a great effort, and it's great to see you moving forward on how to engage the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
I see no other hands raised, so I'm going to give everyone a few seconds just in case they were trying. Once again, if you're dialing in, you'd press *9, and if you're watching on Zoom, you'd use the raise hand feature. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. I'll close the public comment and bring it back to the council, and I'll just call on each of you. It's easier than trying to wave and do the virtual hand. I just provide additional input and reflection back to Susan, as this is an informational report. So Vice Mayor Bushy.
You've heard all the enthusiasm. Everyone's very eager to improve our processes. And I really love the iteration and the piloting idea. We're open to innovation. We want to do something different so that we can better serve the portions of our community that, as I think Bill Carney hit the nail on the head, that people are busy and living their lives, but putting a roof over their heads and taking care of their families. And we need to find a way that we can meet our residents where they are and get their input on these important issues. So I'm looking forward to phase 2. So thank you, Susan.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
I would echo what the Vice Mayor said, and looking forward to what's next. I also appreciated how Bill framed it as a comprehensive approach, and I'm looking what will be unveiled in the next phase of engagement. So thank you so much, Susan, for interviewing around the horn. We'll call it the first turn of the crank, and looking forward to the second turn.
Appreciate that. Councilmember Kurtz, I know you had some comments already, but do you have additional ones that you'd like to add?
Yeah, just briefly, I mean, the old adage of no news is good news is really scary. I think whenever I want to hear the good, the bad, the everything, I'd rather hear something than nothing, because nothing makes me really nervous. And I think that we need to keep an eye with that as we go through this. I know we've talked about how much it takes a lot of time and energy when we start talking about communication to gather information, and to Vice Mayor Bushy's comment of we have to meet people where they're at. And it's, you know, a number of the people in our community that we work with are really just focusing on their basic needs of living and food and security and safety, and are not like, oh, and now I'll have time to attend the council meeting. There's just not that going to be a higher priority at that point. So I think that doesn't excuse the fact that we still have to reach the full community, everyone at different levels. So I look forward to the next phase. I think that there's a lot of work to be done, and it's an ongoing, it never ends process with communication. So I look forward to it.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah.
Yeah, thanks again for the report and for all the community members that they were, you know, at around 9:30 there calling and informing us, you know. I really believe that communications, it is the most important thing in any relationships. So it's not just to know how the community is doing, identify issues, but I think it's also how we get to know each other and trust each other and how we can work together. So I really look forward to the phase 2 and working maybe on that pilot in the canal. I would love to continue the conversations around that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Excellent follow-up comments. And I'll just add my praise and thanks to Susan Clark for initiating the conversations with our community as well as with the council. And of course, Thomas Wong, who's been working behind the scenes to help make all this happen in a seamless way. There are a couple things you had said, Susan, that really resonated, which is what is already working in San Rafael? How do we build on that? And I really am going, as we look at phase 2, is how do we keep doing good and keep building on what we're already doing good? Poor grammar there, but you get what I mean. And how do we build on those best practices that we're already doing? So to me, that would be a really crucial part of phase 2. I did want to reiterate, this all came forward in the beginning. We had the 3 kind of overarching lenses, which you did mention in your presentation. We're in council districts. How does that manifest? We have technology tools. How do we use them in the best, most effective, culturally sensitive way? And finally, racial justice and social equity go beyond a little bit deeper out into the community and to make that fabric richer. I love that image you had of we need everybody who's been showing up, and we need to actually knit in the newer voices. I did want to reflect upon the Federation and the request to have the meetings that Gary Phillips did, and I think probably before him, Mary Borrow, that were done for decades, and I appreciate and respect that tradition. And to me, there's a real status quo part of that, and what we're doing is how do we take forward what's been really successful and build on it. So appreciate your patience as we wait to determine how is that best way to utilize both council time, staff time to interact with our community. The neighborhoods 100% are crucial collaborators, partners in that information dissemination and receipt, right? There's a conversation going there. So I want to assure everyone, and we're going to continue to work through, we've done phase 1 and phase 2. For me personally, to go back and do what has always been done for the last 20 years, that to me, I worry that we have not been given our space to have the evolution that will take place. It might include that or it might not. But I worry that if we just fall back and not more just because sometimes government does that. We do what we've been doing before and we don't hold our selves to a higher standard or continue to push ourselves. So I'll end there. Susan, usually we end here, but I would love to hear from you because you've heard a lot and you're really leading us in this process. So I'll go ahead and turn it to you. Wait, you're muted. Try unmute.
Thank you for the opportunity to have a brief final comment. I just thank you, everybody. Rich discussion. I just want to make sure that you know that what comes out of phase 2 will not be Susan Clark's recommendations. You can tell I'm a facilitative consultant, and everything you heard tonight, and someone said my insights, these were the voices of the community members, and I was just listening and weaving and delighted to see the amount of common ground. So understand that these phase 2 recommendations will be from an even broader broader cross-section of the community, building on the folks who are willing to be here 9:30 at night. I think just a final thing, back to Shirley Fisher, who was extra generous in her interviews and sending me documents. Shirley's very effective practices. There is a playbook, and everybody's got a piece of what works and a piece of what they want to learn from each other. But one of the comments of Shirley I'd like to leave with you is that she's keenly aware that the informal conversations and the informal settings, and she's been an exemplar of running a very effective community garden with a lot of partners. And Shirley said one of her secrets is she would meet people in the garden and talk to them there. And so I think when you talk about go where people are, Shirley was cultivating community while she was cultivating in the garden. And I think that's an image that you all might want to carry forth. And I just thank you all.
You, Susan. Excellent example to end on. And yes, so thank you for that. Thank you for your time. And we look forward to the next conversation. This is an informational item, but we would like a motion to accept the report.
I'll make a motion to accept.
Okay, motion. Has there been a second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yvonne Scalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Again, thank you so much, Susan. Really grateful. And I'm glad there's so many people still on the call because the next agenda item is very important to the City of San Rafael. It's a transit center relocation draft environmental impact report. And when we talk about having the community voice and being involved, this is a perfect example of a multi-year process. And so I will turn it over to Director Judici. Is that who I'm turning it to? Okay, take it away.
Okay, I'm gonna try to share my screen again. So thank you, Mayor Kate, and good evening, City Council members. So tonight we are sharing the draft EIR comments that were prepared related to the San Rafael Transit Center draft EIR. So I'm going to go ahead and so the presentation is going to be done in kind of phases, I guess. First, we'll present the proposed project options that were presented to the city in April by the Golden Gate Transportation District. Then we'll go into the review period, the EIR review period, and the city's role as a responsible agency and why it's important. And then we'll discuss issues with the document related to outdated assumptions, and then go into issues with the document that would require further analysis and therefore result in disclosure of new potentially significant impacts. What I won't do is go over the 17 pages of comments, but I'm happy to, if I miss anything that your council and mayor that you're interested in having a conversation about, that I would be happy to go over that with you. I also want to start with, I know that there's the comments, there's a long document here, and we want to make sure that the Golden Gate Transportation District and all the other transit agencies, understand that we understand the importance of this partnership, and we look forward to continuing to work with the district and the other transit agencies. We really want to have a solid environmental document. This is an important first step or next step in terms of proceeding with a project, and we really hope that whatever the comments that we provide are they're productive, and then ends up resulting in a document that's strong and a project that is the best project for the city of San Rafael. So going to the next slide. So as I mentioned, the project that was evaluated in the, or I should say the options that were presented in the draft EIR include, therefore, move whistle stop alternative, adapt whistle stop alternative, the 4th Street Gateway alternative, and then the under the freeway alternative. The draft EIR also goes into the no build alternative, and this is an alternative that's required under CEQA CEQA requires that the draft EIR evaluate a no project alternative. So on August 11th, 4 months after the City Council first received the updated options, the district released a notice of availability of the draft EIR and provided a 60-day notification and comment period. Comment period that closes October 12th, which is next week. So it's coming up really quickly. So we're going to need to provide the district with comments real soon. So what's the city's role as a responsible agency? So the cities as a responsible agency will need to take action on the project. So they must provide comment on the notice of preparation, which the city did. And the city will need to adopt the final CEQA document in order to take action on the project. So providing comments is important at this stage. The city is going to have to conclude that the EIR is adequate in terms of disclosing the potential impacts. It's important to provide these comments as it's going to serve to present assurances that the City Council will be able to deem the EIR adequate in disclosing those impacts in the future when action is taken on the project by the city. So I'll go into the kind of general comments. In some cases, the draft EIR relies on incorrect and outdated assumptions. And I'll have Rafat provide the outdated assumptions related to ridership. So I'll go directly into the General Plan 2020 versus the General Plan 2040. So the draft EIR relies on General Plan 2020, stating that the General Plan 2040 is actually in draft form, but that's not correct. The council adopted, as you are aware, on August 2nd, a final version of the draft of the General Plan 2040, as well as the Downtown Precise Plan. Pursuant to CEQA, Environmental Quality Act, Section 15125, an EIR should include the most accurate and understandable information and picture what the project's potential short-term and long-term impacts will be. And for that reason, the EIR needs to be revised to reflect the analysis based on General Plan 2040 so that the City Council can really make a determination on the most accurate information and updated information. Changes related to the range of alternatives, staff believes those are not adequate. Under CEQA, the range of our alternatives would really need to show that some of the alternatives avoid or substantially lessen the significant impacts of the project. None of the alternatives provide that or reduce environmental impacts as compared to the preferred project that the district has proposed. So staff believes that the district needs to adequately fulfill its obligation by providing alternatives that consider a range of reasonable alternatives and reduce or lessen the impacts. As I mentioned, in some cases, the draft EIR omits analysis and disclosures of certain impacts. For example, under vibration-related impacts, table 3.11-12, that identifies the use of drill rig amongst the construction noise sources. However, it doesn't really clarify whether this means that this equipment is going to result in pile driving. This is typically the case, but there's no mention of it and the resulting impact of the pile driving. So the document needs to clarify if that's the case. And if so, it needs to assess the noise and vibration related impacts. So this essentially would result in a new impact that wasn't already identified in the EIR, and therefore the EIR would have to be recirculated if a new impact, after disclosing whether there's pile driving, whether that's a new impact that needs to be disclosed in the EIR. That would require recirculation. Next, related to impacts related to historic resources, the draft EIR notes that 927 Tamalpais Avenue is not a historic resource. However, this building is in fact identified as a contributor to a potentially historic district and therefore is a potentially a potential historic resource under CEQA. The draft EIR needs to evaluate this building and whether it's susceptible to vibration, as I mentioned, or any other demolition. And if so, identify mitigation measures. If this is the case, this is another place where the EIR did not disclose this impact and therefore would require recirculation. And then related to displacement impacts, the under the freeway alternative would result in demolition of 1011 Irwin Street. This is a single family residence and therefore would result in displacement of residences. So the draft EIR needs to include that displacement as a potentially significant impact and include appropriate mitigation measures. And again, recirculation would need to occur because of this new disclosed impact. So I want to also, before I hand it over to Rafat, I want to mention a couple of items that were inadvertently left out of the list of comments that was provided in the report. In this section here, the EIR identifies that there was a comparison in terms of consistency with the climate action plan that was adopted by the city, but doesn't really go for the full depth of the comparison or consistency analysis. It specifies that the EIR provides this information only as informational purposes and doesn't really compare and provide whether there's an comparison analysis. So that needs to be updated. It's not clear whether this would result in an impact, but if it does, this is another point where the EIR would have to be recirculated. And then another minor edit under table 3.7-7, the EIR identifies construction waste recycling to be at 50%, but it should be 65%. So minor edit, but should be amended in the EIR. And at this point, I'll go ahead and have Rafat take over the presentation. I'll keep moving the slides forward, Rafat, if you just want to let me know when.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kate, members of the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to present the project impact and the review of the draft EIR document. I want to echo Director Giudici for this, that this is an important partnership project with the Golden Gate District. And I want to echo Mayor Kate's also about the importance of this project. And we see this as a city, one of the most important pivotal projects in downtown, and we need to keep that focus. And maybe some of our comments collectively will sound as critical, but we need to be critical. We need to be accurate on such an important project. And I'd also like to thank all of the people behind the scenes who participated in putting these comments together. I know Bill Guerin, Director of Public Works, and Paul Jensen also spent numerous hours, and some of the council members also participated in the comments, which is important to keep all eyes on the ball here. Most of the comments that I'll be making tonight were previously made, and that leaves a feeling of frustration that when we make as a city, a staff team, when we make comments on the technical documents supporting the EIR, we felt that there were no responses, and I'll bring some examples. The freeway, the under the freeway alternative showed clear circulation and intersection delays advantages, and the draft EIR seems to dismiss these advantages. From a transportation point of view, taking all of the turning movement activities away from where all of the pedestrians are is an important ingredient to the success of such a project. And although it shows clearly in the technical report that there are clear advantages, the dismissal of this alternative is not in the right direction. The transit ridership data from 2015 and 2017, I don't think they're relevant here, especially after the pandemic. And the city mentioned the need to use actual and current ridership data, not historic data, justify the replacement of the transit center based on recent data, and include uncertainty about the potential of smart not running in 2019. Next slide, please.
About that.
Okay. Some of the ridership data that was presented to the board, to the Golden Gate Districts Board in July, showed a significant change in ridership from the pre-pandemic levels. 74% down in bus ridership. Bus service was reduced by 50%. Ferry ridership is down by 93%. And bridge traffic is down by 17.6. I think those numbers are dynamic, and only time will show how will fan out. But these are pretty significant reductions that need to be recognized by the draft EIR document. Next slide, please. So both whistle-stop alternatives, option 1 and option 2, are shown to reduce intersection delay. The conclusion that was concluded is counterintuitive and fails to recognize additional delay that would be caused by introducing delay along 4th Street. I mean, when you look at the whole city, and the gateways to the city is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And anything impeding that and anything affecting the pedestrian environment needs to be evaluated very carefully. Also, parking displacement for the under the freeway alternative cannot be on its own be a CEQA impact. And the freeway under the freeway alternative was labeled significant and unavoidable based on parking and the need to replace parking, which is not fully supported by CEQA. Next slide, please. Before they prepared the draft EIR, they sent us in February or March of this year a transportation summary report. And we made major comments to the summary reports that were not addressed or responded to outside or within the draft EIR. We called the pedestrian trip assumptions lacking because in the transportation summary report, all of the destinations were accounted to be to the downtown. The city had made a significant improvement in accessibility and connectivity to the canal. The high school makes a significant number in the ridership, and these two things were not taken into consideration. The 4th Street, when we engineers look at design drawings with a driveway that is 60 feet wide, a driveway is a place where it's outside of the comfort zone for pedestrians. And these are large moving vehicles, turning vehicles. So the impact on 4th Street from the large vehicles and the large driveways were not adequately addressed. And I'll talk more about the vehicle storage and queuing deficiencies in the heart of the pedestrian district. With the smart rail bisecting our blocks, we have very short blocks and very complicated traffic maneuvering. And we've done a lot of work to try to make it work with signal timing, but there are just too many decisions and too many things happening in the same spot. And The storage queuing deficiencies was not discussed, and the no-build alternative was not adequately evaluated. I hear that there's some talk about maybe not doing anything with the transit center as a possibility. We need to describe the no-build alternative from a functional and operational perspective and look at the safety record of what's going on within this complex, 4 blocks area. And we need to look at for difficulties for all modes in that discussion of the alternative. Next slide, please. This is the elephant in the room. I mean, both options, alternative 1 and alternative 2. I apologize for the size of the drawings, but I just want to make one point about the 2 alternatives, option 1 and option 2. They both include dual southbound right turns into 3rd Street. And, the council is familiar with the history of 3rd and Heatherton and the extent of work that we went through to bring safety and back to that intersection. We found out that in the downtown environment, the combination of dual lanes and a crosswalk does not work very well. So both assumptions made, and that's the data all shows that this assumption is made. We flagged this issue very early on when we were meeting with Golden Gate Transit, and it kept coming back the same way it is. I think this is a deal breaker from a traffic point of view. We cannot compromise, regardless of what the project brings, we cannot compromise pedestrian safety. The other thing that is major about this arrangement is that on 3rd Street, the block size between Heatherton and the smart tracks is so short, so it cannot queue vehicles, especially with the train activity. It cannot queue cars. So what's going to end up happening is what's happening today is traffic backing on Heatherton, not just for 1 lane, for 2 lanes. So practically we're taking out a functional lane out of Heatherton southbound traffic, which we can't afford either. And it brings safety issues, and the receiving block does not have the capacity to take this volume. And I think this is my last slide, and I would bring it back to Ali, and I'll be happy to answer questions along with Bill Guerin is online, and we'll be happy to answer questions later. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'll end with the recommendation, and the recommendation is including the additional comments that I provided regarding climate action, greenhouse gas comments. So staff is recommending adoption of the resolution authorizing the mayor to sign a letter to the Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District summarizing city comments on the San Rafael Transit Center draft DIR. And as Rafat stated, we do have a few people here we have that participated in preparing the documents. Stop sharing. We have Paul Jensen in the audience. We have Sabrina Teller, our consultant CEQA attorney. We have Bill Guerin, Rafat, and I as well would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ali. Thank you, Rafat and Bill and Paul. It's nice you're here too. So what I'd like to do is I will call on my fellow council members and just see if there are any questions, and then we will hear from the public, and then we'll have comments. So let's just start with questions, clarifying questions first. Vice Mayor Bushy.
I don't have any questions, mine are all comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Kate. I have a question, and it's given the general pattern of the Golden Gate Highway and Transportation District either not sufficiently responding to or seemingly ignoring the city's questions and guidance, what are our remedies, carrots, and sticks to encourage or compel them to engage appropriately? I know we have an MOU, but what is the level of enforceability that it provides, and what are other mechanisms that we would consider?
Great question.
That's a good question. Lindsay, I don't know if you're able to, I mean, I can respond to that. I think it would be better to have Sabrina Teller join the conference. She's in the attendees. Lindsay, are you able to?
Yes, I just promoted to panelists. Give me one moment.
And maybe I will further, because I have the same question as part of the answer, is through the CEQA review, can we ask for a recirculation of a draft and not just wait for the final? So could that be one of the?
Yes.
Hi, Sabrina, welcome.
Hi, sorry for the delay. I think I got kicked off and back on for a second. So I think I understood your question to be sort of what is the scope of requests that you can make in this comment process. And
Actually, let me rephrase it. So Councilmember Hill, if I don't do it justice, let me know. We want to ensure that the comments and the omissions and what we're requesting do come forward in the draft EIR. What are the tools that we have and the mechanisms to ensure that that does happen? And then I had asked a follow-up if it's just asking for a draft, recirculation of a draft. So we're just trying to figure out what the levers are there.
Sure. So the city has the right, as any affected community, to comment on the EIR, which is what you're doing. And in that EIR, you have and your staff have identified a number of omissions and what we believe are incorrect conclusions, and the need for further analysis, some of which point to if that analysis were done and if it shows a new or more severe significant impact, then that would prompt mandatory recirculation under CEQA. And so we have pointed to a few of those omissions and suggested that it might require recirculation. But without the analysis right now, it's difficult to say for certain that recirculation is in fact legally required, but you can certainly ask for it. It's within the scope of, it's within an appropriate scope of comments for you to make. And then regarding your ultimate remedies, if you're dissatisfied with the final EIR, or if you believe that it should have been recirculated and wasn't, then the CEQA guidelines, section 15096, outline as part of the process for a responsible agency, you as a responsible agency under CEQA have the right to take the issue to court within 30 days after the lead agency files a notice of determination. So after they certify the EIR, if you still feel it's inadequate, you can challenge it with a writ petition in the local superior court. If you don't, then you could be deemed to have waived any objection to the adequacy of the EIR. In your capacity as a responsible agency, you can also prepare a subsequent EIR of your own that would allow you to guide the analysis that pertains to the decisions you have to make as a responsible agency. So if you feel there's some supplementation that's needed, then you could take on that role when it's time for you to act as a responsible agency and make those decisions. And then the fourth option is one that's rarely invoked. It's to assume the lead agency role if permissible, but the criteria there are pretty extraordinary, and I don't think they would apply in this instance. So basically, you can challenge it or you can try to fix it, are your two options ultimately at the end of the process.
Councilmember Hill, did that answer your question, or did you, because yours was maybe a little bit more nuanced, or do you have?
No, I heard that we would have next steps failing their adequate response. I'm just seeing, and I won't openly speculate as to why that is the case. I think people can do that for themselves, but I do get the sense that there's a pattern of avoiding, I think, their obligation to respond to what they should be doing in this case. I'm not going to attribute motive openly.
Okay, so thank you, Sabrina. It seems like the question was answered. So I will keep going. Councilmember Kurtz, do you have additional questions?
No questions at this time, but comments.
Yes, hold those comments. There's going to be a lot of commenting. Oh yeah, Councilmember Micah.
Yeah, I had a similar question that Councilmember Hill. Is there like a community impact into the EIR? I haven't I haven't seen that. I don't know if it's still there. If they are considering that for environmental report, the community impact, where they are looking at the ridership and a little bit more, more like the equitable part of some of our community members.
Like a social justice impact?
Well, sometimes there are things called community impact reports. That is the name of actually a type of document or analysis, but it's not part of the CEQA process, as I understand it.
No, there are in some cases, an opportunity to require like a economic or fiscal impact, but typically that's when there's a expectation that the project would result in an economic impact, that economic impact would then result in some other, kind of indirect impact. But Sabrina, I don't know if you're aware of any other community-related impact that.
No, Mayor Kate is correct that there's not really a clearly defined sort of social justice or environmental justice component to EIRs yet under CEQA. We're trending in that direction with required components of general plans, but they have not made their way into CEQA yet. Some of the issues that you may be concerned about could be subsumed in certain environmental impacts. So displacement of population and housing, may be an appropriate area to comment on if those are the types of concerns that you have regarding the project. Other impacts such as disparate air quality impacts or localized air quality impacts, pedestrian safety, those kinds of things could, potentially make their way into the comments and should be a part of the analysis for something like this.
Thank you. That answers your question. Okay. And then I just have a clarifying question, Rafat. I think you said this very clearly, but I just want to make sure crystal clear that as part of this process, the City of San Rafael will need to approve the draft EIR and the final EIR, that the project does not move forward unless there's these approvals in place, given the MOU that was signed in, I don't know when it was, signed a couple of years ago. Is that, or Allie, maybe Dr. Dr. Judici? I just want to make crystal clear what is.
That's correct. As a responsible agency, the city will have to also certify the EIR prior to taking action on the project.
And Mayor Bill Guerin, I think the MOU specifically addresses our ability to select the final alternative of the 4 or 5 that are being addressed here. So we have some version of veto power over the selection of the alternative that's being presented.
Okay. Well, I was concerned when one of the options that Sabrina had brought forward was that we do our own EIR, and it's like, wait a minute, when do we want to work with what's in front of us in this document and get it to where it needs to be? So I was just didn't want that to be the answer that we go to. Okay, so we know there are lots of comments from the council, but we're going to turn. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a question, Vice Mayor, before we go to the public?
I do. I have one question. I'm looking at this. Maybe it'd just be easier to ask. In my mind, the current location of our service center, that's not SSA.
Support service area.
Support service area, that's it. The support service area, that is the proposed location of the under the freeway option, correct? Or is it a block over?
It's 1 block north of the under the freeway, what we call north of 4th Street alternative. Ours is between 4th and 5th. Golden Gate actually took part of the area between 3rd and 4th as well. But the SSA is between 5th and Mission Streets.
Okay, so it's one street over. And just to confirm that Caltrans has blocked off, closed all of those parking lots along there, with the exception of the final one out by the freeway entrance route.
The city leased those parking areas, and we actually fenced them off.
Okay, all right, but they're closed. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I will turn to the public, and just to be clear, we're receiving comments on the draft environmental impact report. If people want to give input on which alternative they think is preferable, that's fine, but we're actually really looking at this document and getting input as to its completeness and responsiveness. Those are the input we're especially looking for this evening, very much around the document. So with that, City Clerk.
To comment on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. And if by commenting by phone, please press *9. And once you hear the notification that the host is inviting you to speak, you'll need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to provide public comment, and then we'll be muted once time has elapsed.
Can you hear me okay? Very good.
Yes.
I'm Lindsay Klump. I'm representing San Rafael Heritage, and my comments will be brief. San Rafael Heritage concurs with the city staff's report on the Transit District's DEIR and the position taken by the city regarding historic resources. We also see how thorough it is, the staff report, including addressing our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Those were brief. We were just getting, we thought you were just getting going. Thank you. Thank you for calling in.
She just raised her hand, so maybe she wasn't done yet.
Yeah, because that
was really short.
It was really short.
You
don't have to take the full 2 minutes, but yeah.
No, I'm done.
Oh, you are? Okay, Lindsay. Well, thank you.
Thanks.
We like succinctness. Thank you.
So this is Sunny Lee again. I just want to mention that I wholeheartedly agree with Rafa mentioning about the 2 lanes turning onto 3rd Street from Hatherton Street, which could be very dangerous option that Golden Gate Transit has proposed. And currently only about total of 9 cars could advance from Hatherton Street to 3rd Street. So that's already plenty of cars gonna receiving block from Hatherton to 3rd Street. And I have talked to some of the community who's been in San Rafael a very long time. Many members and residents believe that smart train will eventually will no longer servicing San Rafael. I am believing that as far as I could tell, there is no passenger that I have seen last few times I encountered. So in that case, I would really pleased to have that whole area from 2nd and 3rd Street that Golden Gate Transit was heavily using it before. That's my and many residents that I know interest for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunny.
Hi, my name is Leslie Simons. This really doesn't relate to the DEIR, but I would like to understand, and this could happen later, why those parking lots are blocked off. I understand the one between 4th and 5th, but 2nd and 3rd, or 3rd and 4th, why is that parking area blocked off? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Yeah, we'll address that after public comment. Thank you.
Hi, this is Bill Carney again, Sustainable San Rafael. So I'm finding it very disturbing that we're this far into a public process and seem to be at loggerheads with the lead agency. So that's a general comment. I know the council has, well, I won't opine about that. What I've heard tonight is that I've heard a statement from the traffic engineer of the city that the whistle stop block doesn't work, which just happens to be, these are the alternatives which the vast majority of the public has expressed support for in the past. So I feel like it's inappropriate to dismiss them out of hand. I'm all for getting the facts before us on all sides. So please, I would urge you to work closely with Golden Gate. And I understand that there's been frustration, which I had not been aware of to this degree. but work closely with them. Let's get all the facts out there together before either party, concludes without a thorough analysis and weighing in of all of the benefits and disadvantages of each of the alternatives. And then more broadly, let's not give up on transit. We have an opportunity here not only to make a huge investment in the gateway to the city, but also in the viability of transit, which is even more important. And whatever's going on right now after 2 years of pandemic does not set the next 2 decades. We've got to do what we can do to advance transit and to support transit into the future. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Bill.
Hello again, Jeff Rhodes, Resilient Shore. Regarding flood, well, first off, we can concur with a very thorough and well-written staff report. And regarding flood risk and climate resiliency, parts of the whistle-stop alternatives are in the flood zone and all sites are in the path of sea level rise. The EIR should refer to the 2040 general plan and appendices for sea level rise adaptation. And Bridge District should also contribute funds and participate as a stakeholder in a San Rafael watershed and sea level rise adaptation plan. After all, implementation of this plan will protect their assets. And like Bill, I'm a bit concerned regarding transportation and climate action. Achieving our climate action plan goals requires significant growth in transit and active transportation use. A high quality of user experience and convenience is key to that. And while we certainly have observed altered commute patterns and transit use in the pandemic, we should expect changes in demand, technology, and routing. But what will remain the same is the location of downtown, its roadways and sidewalks, and presumably smart. So we need to focus on picking the best location that serves transit users, and this will benefit downtown regardless of the unknowns. Finally, if the around a whistle stop alternative moves forward, we really need to see stakeholder participation in the detailed design to achieve a successful result. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
I currently see no other hands raised. I'm going to give everyone a couple more seconds. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. We'll close the public comment and bring it back to the comments and additional questions from the council. First, though, because it's tangential to what we're talking about, but I think it was a question that came up. If I could ask the city manager to speak to the parking lots. Again, it's not directly related to the draft EIR, but if you could just answer Ms. Simon's questions.
Sure. Yeah, all of the parking lots, I think that Leslie Simons is referring to are the under US 101, kind of between 2nd and Mission area. They're directly related to the update that I gave earlier about the service support area. There's a lot going on underneath the freeway and around this area, the Caltrans Bridge project that we heard earlier today. And then also there had been significant encampments, homeless encampments throughout that entire area. So the focus was really to relocate people between 5th and Mission so that they can be better served by all the service providers instead of having people all spread out in the way that they were that wasn't meeting the needs and wasn't able to have around-the-clock security like we have now to keep everyone safe. So some of the blocks have been closed off. It was kind of a temporary reset period to put the emphasis on the service support area. So they will open up again over time. We've been working with Caltrans on each of those lots. The one north of Mission is already opened back up, and that's not full. We're monitoring that daily, and there's still parking in the park and ride north of Mission. And we've also opened up additional areas to make sure that we had customer access to the businesses like the French Quarter and the Taqueria and that sort of thing. So it's not kind of like an offer on kind of thing. We've been working with that whole area and trying to figure out a way to make it make sense and meet all the needs of the different goals that we have for that area. And then Mayor Kate, I know you asked me just to talk about that area, but I just wanted to add really quickly, and you mentioned something like this right before public comment. The recommendation tonight is not to select any one alternative. It's not even weighing in on any one alternative or saying one is better than another. It's just from a draft EIR standpoint, trying to make sure that we have as strong a document as possible. So we're very much looking forward to working with all of our transit partners, continuing to work with them on this project. It's not just Golden Gate, there's Marin Transit, there's SMART, TAM. So we have a lot of partners that we've been having already a good working relationship with. We just want to make sure that this document is as strong as possible so that the community has it and all the transit agencies and we have it in order to make good decisions down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. I think that's important clarification. It's hard not to start talking about the alternatives, but I will now call on my colleagues to speak to the adequacy or input on the draft EIR, and I will start with Vice Mayor Bushy.
I absolutely agree with all the comments that staff has done just a stellar job of cataloging all of our disagreements, capped off beautifully with our traffic engineer essentially saying that pedestrian safety is an overwhelming flaw in the proposal. So I agree absolutely with the proposal put forward by staff. I'm troubled though by the observation by, I think it was Bill Carney, that we're at loggerheads with one of our very important partner agencies. The MOU talks about us working together, and this compendium of significant foundational factual issues that we have with our partner agency, suggests that we have more to do than just send in written comments. I'm wondering if we shouldn't put together some type of a outreach effort, a delegation of our experts and us, if that would be helpful, to go and not just send in written comments, but go and try and reason together and with the Bridge District, so that we can move towards a more collaborative process, in addition to the written comments. Other than that, staff did a great job. We need to get the written comments in. And just by way of explanation, the reason I was thinking about the parking was, according to the draft EIR, the loss of parking with the under the freeway option is the fatal fall rate, so it's significant and unavoidable. Well, it's already lost. All that parking is gone. So we've already redeployed that into something else. So if you update it for current conditions, there's no loss. So I support sending in the comments, and I think we should do more in the way of fostering a more productive working relationship.
Having a conversation, collaboration. Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. Good insight. Councilmember Kurtz.
Good comments. I was thinking that having this report follow our update around communication, it seems it's a little ironic. I was wondering, from the August 11th, when we got the notice of availability, I mean, playing I don't think there's a conspiracy theory here. Did someone detach the wrong document? I mean, there seems to be so much missing. Like, did someone call and say, is this really what you wanted us to review? Have we had any direct conversation since August 14th, or is this the first conversation we're having?
I can start just by saying, something that I think we provided in the comments. I mean, often with sequence, it's a big task, and in reviewing the document, there's a lot of really great information, a lot of really great analysis. So although, we have a number of comments and clarifications and questions on assumptions, those are, they're important to us specifically, but, and Sabrina, you jump in if you feel you think you need to add anything, but I think the EIR, it's not, incredibly, it's a good document. The analysis is a good analysis. There's just some areas where we really truly believe that they need to provide more, and in order for us to be able to accept. I don't know if that answers your question, Councilmember Kurtz.
Yes, I think the feedback and the comments are great. I just want to make sure that, because we do need to have the collaborative relationship, and this really does, we have a lot of history with these agencies, and it's going to be ongoing, that I just want to make sure that this is a fully expected, they may have just expected, yeah, we know there's going to be feedback around these items, but there seems to be some comments that are just full-on misses. Our comments, that was just a full-on miss from the EIR's perspective.
Yeah,
so,
remember, if I could just make a comment also. We did provide comments early on in the process that are very similar to the comments that we're making tonight. I think Golden Gate Transit certainly has a very qualified team of people working on their EIR. And I think they presented the document that they intended to present. And we are commenting again on the things that we think are important to the city of San Rafael. I fully expect that they will respond to our comments. They basically have to. And we'll look forward to the feedback that we get from them.
Okay, great. No, I think our feedback and our comments are absolutely valid, should not be a surprise based on what we said was important and part of our programs and within our 2040 plans. So this should be absolutely consistent, and no one should be surprised that, we're coming back with this feedback. So absolutely appreciate the work that was done on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Mary Kate, and thank you, staff, for the thorough analysis, reading it up and down, and actually spending time reading the full DAR, which is very lengthy. And I wasn't able to find a way to actually download the whole thing. Going through the web links was pretty painful. But thank you for being so thorough. In addition, I would just cite that there were even just basis of facts that were just way off that need just to be straight up addressed, not the least of which are applying county ordinances to the Caltrans owned areas, or the BCDC report, which doesn't even encompass where the area of interest is. I think that the unevenness is most striking to me. To contextualize this, I think about the outcome that I think we all want collectively with the Golden Gate Highway Transportation District is the same. We want to make sure that we're able to make a good decision based on a foundation of empirical facts. I think some of them we can debate if there's a difference, but as of right now, it's so far off, it's difficult to do that. I really appreciated the Vice Mayor's comment about, what can we do to make that outreach. I'm realizing my comments earlier about, well, what are remedies? I think that's certainly a backstop, but I would love for us to be able to find a way to move toward the outcome expediently. But I think the in-between is making sure we have a fact basis. And I think that we even need to get to that point. So thank you, staff, for all of your efforts here.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah.
I wanted to echo that and really thank the staff. I can imagine how frustrating it must be for you as well. All the work that you put into it, and it's kind of like pretty much dismissed. So I'm also with Vice Mayor Bushy. I think maybe in addition to the written comments, we can have, some representation and trying to have a conversation with them. I am very surprised that I remember from our last meeting, a lot of what we discussed was around the ridership, and I agree with Bill Kearney that we really want to have like a very efficient public transportation, but very efficient public transportation and really understand this is a big investment and it's a big project, and we want to make sure that is the one that is going to work, and not just based like on all data. And I also believe that there are like ways to make things more efficient right now, looking at some of the routes that maybe they don't have to go through downtown San Rafael to connect. One of the examples is San Rafael High School. And also, I do have to say, the smart train from San Rafael to Larkspur is that the most efficient public transportation we have. And when we are looking at the next 10 years, is that going to change? This is going to stay the same. So I understand it's a project that we need to move forward to develop, but these are, I think, important questions that we need to answer. And some of the comments around keeping our, people safe, like in the streets. I think the community impact is very important because most of the riders are coming from a low-income community, and there are like different things to keep in mind. If somebody has to wait for a bus under the freeway at night, is that safe? And just like a lot of different things that go around that. So I understand that it's not a requirement, but I just wanted to put my plug in there that I think is something that is to be considered as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And I will close by really drawing on my years, over a decade, maybe nearly 2 decades of reading draft EIRs. Mary Beth can shake her head too. She has too. Read a lot of those as a planning commissioner, as a city council member. And for really important projects like this one, it's probably the biggest, Rafat said this, the biggest project we're going to have in downtown San Rafael, probably in our lifetime, that I wanted a document that just, knocked the ball out of the park, was so buttoned up and was so tight. And it gave both me as a policymaker the confidence that we are moving forward in a way with all of the facts and the information, and for our community to understand the trade-offs that we're looking at when we look at the alternatives. That's what I wanted. This document falls far short. It has to be tighter. It needs to be more responsive. We need to remove the errors. This is not a document that we can use to start this important conversation, this important project. It is not tight enough. And, I was struck by what the vice mayor said and the public comment about being at loggerheads. This is not loggerheads. This is showing up for our community and insisting that we have the information that we need in order to make the right decision around the project. That's not being loggerhead. That is why we are sitting in these seats. We are here to ask these questions and demand the information's here. And the staff did a phenomenal job talking about what wasn't included, the responses, the no places where there was no response, the traffic-related impacts, the change in transit, the no-build alternative not explored, the pedestrian safety. Those are just the ones that floated to the top. When you read the staff document, there's probably 20x what I just said. So what I am hoping and what I would like us, I'd love to have the staff weigh in on this in the letter, and I would like us to specifically ask that the draft EIR is recirculated. And having read a lot of draft EIRs, what often happens, okay, we're going to answer it in the final EIR. This is so, for me, not at the starting point yet, that I would like us to have that as part of the letter. And I'd like staff to weigh in if that is a request that can be made, and what their recommendation would be on that. Director Giudice?
Yes, sorry, I realized I was typing and I don't have my mute on, so I apologize for that. Yes, actually, we can. We have in certain places suggested that there may be, that the response to our comment may then result in a new impact and therefore would have to be recirculated, or the draft EIR would have to be recirculated. Specifically where I noted in the presentation related to historic resources, sorry, I'm trying to remember the, have to look
Well,
at
and
my-
the general plan that they use 2020, not 2040. I mean, that you have a list of them. So is
yeah,
this?
there's certain,
Okay.
yeah, sorry, there are certain items that would require recirculation, and we can include that in our in the comment letter.
So would that be something that you would want, and maybe this is a question, I'm not sure this is a question for, that we would want that clarity in the motion or the resolution for the direction of the letter, or is just getting this input enough? Or do you want to have a formal vote from the council with that addition that we specifically asked that? I want to be crystal clear.
Sabrina, would you recommend that be included in the resolution, or is it something that we have in the comment letter already? I'm searching for the resolution here to see if there's opportunity.
I could defer to the city attorney about exactly what should go in the resolution, but I'm not aware of any legal requirement for you to expressly resolve to ask for that before you ask for that. I mean, Ali is correct that the letter does suggest that recirculation might be required to address some of these issues, depending on how the additional analysis pans out. But there is a category for recirculation in the CEQA guidelines that's sort of a catch-all category that refers to when a draft EIR is just basically fundamentally inadequate. And certainly some of the concerns that you've identified, throughout this process and then leading up to commenting on the draft EIR suggests that because the city plays a larger than average role for a responsible agency, given the sort of unique circumstances of this project, there is a heightened obligation to take into account the city's need for this data in making its subsequent decisions as a responsible agency, and that you don't have the usual sort of tangential connection to a project or just one sliver of an approval over the project, but in fact, it's pretty fundamental given its geography and the type of work that's going to be required. So certainly, I think you could probably just direct Ali to, and I can help her with the language tomorrow, to more emphatically ask for recirculation because of that sort of catch-all category of inadequacy.
Just to tag on, Mayor Kate, I agree with Sabrina. It's not really a legal question whether it's required in the resolution. To me, it seems like more of a rhetorical question. The comments that I've heard from council have been pretty emphatic, and I think it's really a question for the council whether it believes that adding language to a resolution would, in essence, make its point more pointed, if you will. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of San Rafael finds that the draft EIR is, I think the words that Sabrina used from the statute is fundamentally inadequate, and therefore should be, redone and recirculated. So, if the council believes that including that language in the resolution would make its point more clearly to its sister agency, then it's certainly something you could do, but it's not required. Alternatively, you could simply give the direction and then Ali can work on the letter with Sabrina, which I'm glad to look at as well if you so direct.
Okay. Thank you, Robin. And one thing I hadn't mentioned, I did want to follow up on the Vice Mayor's comment. I do think there's also, in addition to whatever we approve here tonight, there we'll have Vice Mayor and myself, we can meet, but there's a subcommittee, I think, of folks over at Golden Gate. So we will have that conversation as well. I do think it's a both and. And I am interested. I'm interested in hearing from my colleagues, and City Manager, I see you have something to say, but I'm interested in making it emphatic. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. To me, it's not a time to be coy. I want to be crystal clear where we are coming from. Jim, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that my understanding of our comments is that there's some things that if they're true, that it would be required to be recirculated, and then other things that we would suggest would be recirculated in order to be more clear. So however the council wants to do it, if you want to put in the reso or not, I would suggest we could put a cover letter. I think starting on page 85 of the packet is kind of what we intended to be the comments. but we could put a cover letter on that and reiterate it there. I also think that'd be a good place to bring up, Mayor Kate, the comment you just made, which is we'd like to have a city council subcommittee. We've had a SMART subcommittee for a number of years, or an ad hoc subcommittee that's always been the mayor or vice mayor. So that'd be something that we could say we want to sit down with staff and explain these comments in more detail and where they're coming from, and kind of make sure that we have the ability to have this open communication going forward as well.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, I see you thinking.
Well, hopefully I'm always thinking, but
you're really thinking.
I'm formulating a proposal on if we weren't sort of at round 2 with these comments. I would agree that a cover letter and some outreach would be the way to go, but we're at round 2. We have given them this information before, and they have chosen to ignore it. And I think we need to very clearly indicate that when our traffic engineer tells us that this proposal is unsafe for our pedestrians in San Rafael, and when the factual analysis is just fundamentally flawed, we need to respond in kind with a clear statement. And I like the way the city attorney phrased it, that we would make a finding that the draft DIR is fundamentally inadequate. And until the deficiencies are corrected and recirculated, this should not move forward. I think I think we should do that as my proposal would be that sort of motion 1, or resolution 1, and then the second thing that we do is authorize the mayor to sign the comments, the actual matter on the agenda. So that's my proposal at this point.
So if I hear you correctly, it's both to adopt the resolution as presented, but to have an additional edit to, one's for the letter, one's for the resolution.
Well,
right?
we would have a motion to authorize the submission of the comments, and then a second resolution where we find that the draft DIR is fundamentally inadequate.
City Attorney, does that sound right approach?
That works for me.
Okay. I would like to hear from my colleagues, because this is a very strong statement we're making. So I would like to hear from my colleagues. Councilmember Hill.
Yes, thank you. There is, not to complicate and create too many steps, but I would like there to also be pretty much a direct inquiry as to why. Just understand, was it just outright rejected? I think I can attach motive or speculate on it, but I would just like to understand, since we provided this last time, where I made this comment prior to the meeting to staff leading up to it, which is 90% of what was wrong could have been resolved in a 60-minute phone call. It is alarming that there was no inquiry on their side prior to invite us to take a look and resolve some of it. I'm arbitrarily saying 90%, but it just felt like a lot of this could have been resolved. I think I just want to understand, or just have some curiosity and inquire, why was it ignored? And I don't know if they could be as direct, but I think that there's a predicate. But I would like to move forward with making sure we're compelling them to actually take action as well. But I just want to understand why they're ignoring our comments altogether.
That's great input, and we're writing an agenda for the meeting that the Vice Mayor and I will have with them, and that can be one of the area topics of discussion. Councilmember Micah, I just want to get your thoughts as we talk about these two resolutions.
Yeah, no, I completely support it. And I don't have enough experience working with them. I don't know if they tend to ignore comments from people and just continue going because at the end everybody's going to say yes. Or so I don't want to speculate either because I don't know the agency. But it seems to me there are like very important questions that we have that we need resolved before we continue. So yeah, I support what Vice Mayor Boucher is proposing.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Yeah, I also do support, and I think it's important to actually include it in the resolution as well as in the cover letter, so that we have that history and we have that document, because this will be ongoing and a long thread, and there'll be different people involved at different times. So I think we need to make sure that that's documented very clearly.
Point. Okay, so with that, unless staff has any additional input, I would entertain a motion. Vice Mayor, you were so good at what, maybe we do the straightforward one, and then with the help of the city attorney, we can get the second one.
When you say straightforward, you mean adopt the resolution as presented?
Right, with the letter, right, and then. I guess I'm just trying. The problem is I'm not reading the resolution this very moment. Adding in that extra part about finding the draft EIR fundamentally inadequate. I'm just trying to figure out how we put that in there. I thought that was a second resolution.
Right. I would do it in two parts. And I'm deep in this. If somebody else has the words up readily available, feel free to jump in.
I have it if we want.
I have it.
Okay, good. Go.
Make a motion, recommended action, adopt resolution approving and authorizing the mayor to sign a letter to the Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District summarizing city comments on the San Rafael Transit Center Relocation Project, SRTC, Draft Environmental Impact Report, DEIR, file P21-012.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yaranj Galati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. And now for the new resolution or the new addition.
Would you like me to assist with that, Mayor Kate?
Yes, we would love that. Thank you.
So based on the comments that I heard and looking at the resolution, it has a bunch of whereases. And I don't think we need to add another whereas, but the city council hereby authorizes the mayor to sign, et cetera. I think you can just include an additional sentence that says, further, the city council finds that the draft EIR that was circulated is fundamentally inadequate and hereby requests that the, I don't know what we call the bridge district in this, the district, hereby request that the district redraft and recirculate the draft EIR so that it or redraft and recirculate an adequate draft EIR.
That sounds good to me, Vice Mayor, or maybe Sabrina, do you have any?
Do we want to say request if we find that it's fundamentally inadequate? I suppose we don't want to, what's the right word?
Yeah, I mean, demands, directs. I was going to throw in a respectfully, but it doesn't sound like the respectfully is really appropriate here. So,
no, we do. We are respectful.
Respectfully demands. You could say that. That would be another verb you could use.
Can we just say that these deficiencies must be corrected and the draft environmental impact report recirculated?
That sounds good.
And does it have to be exact, or is this close enough for us to approve the city clerk and then you can wordsmith it? I just want to
I can check with City Clerk and Ally, but I think that among the three of us, we've gotten enough clarity that we can put something together that will be acceptable.
And I move that based on our discussion, that the staff puts together the exact wording of our finding that the draft environmental impact report is fundamentally inadequate.
And I'll second all of that.
Moved in second. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill. I think that was an aye.
Yeah, he said aye, it's just he muted and unmuted.
Thank you very much.
Aye. Sorry.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Adenz Galati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that passes 5-0, and we have a very strong response. I think it's warranted. And I'm hopeful that because of our willingness to push hard in the beginning of the process, it means that however the project ends up at the end, it'll be that much better and beneficial to our community. That is the ultimate goal we all share. So thank you to staff for all of your work behind the scenes and for being a part of the conversation tonight. So with that, we have one more item. I know everyone's feeling really energized because we have a lot of good stuff that's been going on. This last one is the traffic mitigation fee increase in the 2040 general plan. And there was a staff report on it, but I will turn it over to, let me see, who's Director Guerin? Okay, we'll start with you. Wait, you're on mute. You're on mute. Start over.
Thank you, Mayor. Council Bill Guerin with Public Works. Rafat did such a great job on our last presentation. I'm going to let him handle the traffic mitigation fee as well. We haven't updated the fee since 2004. We have a lot of reasons why we need to increase the fee to develop the infrastructure of San Rafael. Rafat has been working with the General Plan 2040 team and separately on this traffic mitigation fee for some time. So I want him to get the credit for the presentation. And we'll go through that rather quickly. I know it's past 11 o'clock now, and be happy to entertain any questions or comments that you all have.
Thank
Rafat,
you.
go ahead.
Yeah, Rafat.
Good evening again, Mayor Kate, members of the City Council. I'm going to share my screen right now, and I promise to make this as painless as possible. Is it sharing? Yes. Okay. And all right, another transportation discussion that is critical to the proper growth of this community from a multimodal perspective. The General Plan 2040 listed a number of projects that required the examination of the fee that we're charging for development, and that is the introduction. Basically, the City Council adopted resolution, established the TIF in 2005, I believe, 4246, 2008. The resolution specified annual adjustments. The annual adjustments were never made because of different economic crisis, and there was never the right time to implement a fee update or an adjustment, and it's always difficult. So it hasn't been updated in 17 years. The prior fee was updated in 1988. This particular fee and fund, the Traffic Mitigation Fund, is regulated by AB 1600. It requires an annual review by the City Council. It requires that a nexus analysis is made and established, and the program itself has to identify the purpose of the fee, identify how the fee will be used to facilitate the growth, and then determine a strong, reasonable relationship between the fee and the type of development and the type of public facility developed, and of course, a strong relevance and justification of the fee to the cost of the public infrastructure. Hopefully in the next 10 minutes, you'll see the logic used And there, again, thanks for all of the people. I forgot to mention that Bob Grandy is the lead professional on preparing the Nexus study as part of the 2040 General Plan update. And he is also with us tonight to answer any potential questions. The first step is to, with the 2040 circulation element, updating the projects and the cost of the projects, the categories of the projects. That's really what triggered the re-examination of the fee, and I will go into these areas as we go. And because it's late at night, and it's a very straightforward formula of a ratio between the adjusted cost of the projects divided over the number of new trips. So it's the way we arrive at the recommended rate. It's an easy, very logical steps. So we start with the project types. Not every project is eligible for a transportation or traffic mitigation fee. So we categorize the projects that are interchange projects, downtown area improvements, complete streets, intersection improvements. And these are the 6 categories in smart infrastructure. And even in the interchange project, for example, if the project costs 100 million, we can't load the traffic fee with 100 million interchange project. We realize that the nature of implementing those projects will involve outside funding, outside agency participation, and we are very aggressive with applying for grants, and therefore we can justify the reduction of these costs. I don't want to go into the projects. They are thoroughly described in the Nexus analysis, but the bottom line is that we came up with close to $115 million of cost of projects that are needed in the next 20 years, and we do within the 2040 general plan lifetime. So we take that 114.7, and we need to look now at the forecast as how many net AM and PM peak hour trips that are going to be or are assumed and anticipated in this 20-year period. For a full growth of the general plan, the model that is developed by the Marin County travel model developed by TAM showed that we have a 3,513 net new AM and PM peak hour trips. And now that we have the cost and the forecast, there's one essential step, which is the eligible traffic fee cost as it relates to the $114.7 million of projects. And then using the model, the forecasts indicate that the proportion that we can use out of the 114.7 is 85.6 million that could be attributed to the growth and to the traffic impact fee. However, knowing that it'd be outrageous, and we are very cautious of what are the impacts of changing or making any changes to the development, we chose to apply only 28% of the 85.6 and apply the final number of 24.27 as a basis to calculate the fee. So starting again with the very basic math of 114.7 million estimated traffic mitigation fee, the funds, we assumed the fund that there will be, and that's how we got to the 24 million, and say if we are really aggressive, what other sources can we fund this 115 million cost? We came up with a 24.7. We divided the 24.7 by the 3,513, which is the number of AM and PM peak hour trips. and we came up with the $69.09 as the recommended fee. We took, we need to be checking with our neighboring cities and different communities, although every community need is different because it really depends on how much of their infrastructure, the transportation infrastructure, is built. So we go to Petaluma, for example, a lot of their roads are not built. That's why their fee is about $16,000 per household, per single family home. And we made the single family home as the most relevant comparison. And we have been charging a lot less than neighboring communities, and actually quite a bit less than the average of 3 cities. And that is a look that we needed to look at. Now with the community outreach, we know that the community is very sensitive to fee increases, and it's not our, we're very sensitive and we need to be cautious as to what we do. So the first step we took is to the Chamber of Commerce board, very diversified board, and they made excellent recommendations. We took the proposal with a 3-year implementation plan, basically going from the 4226 to the 6909 with a 3-year increment. They made it very clear that we need to be more gracious than this. And we came back from their comments, and one of their key recommendation was to meet with some of the builders, some of the local builders. And we did meet with a few local builders, and the builders gave us excellent feedback, and that all of the feedback that we got from the Chamber of Commerce and the builders were incorporated in the resolution that is before you tonight. The feedback summary is we need to make the increase more gradual, and we are recommending a 5-year implementation. And actually, it's a lot deeper than this. The resolution suggests that we maintain the fee for all current applications and any applications that is filed to planning before the end of the year. So we have another gracious period, a huge grace period. The fee is now, the way it's set up, it's payable at the issuance of the building permit. The resolution suggests that the developers will and applicants have the opportunity to either pay it at the building permit or at occupancy. That gives them another 2-year grace period, depending on the time of construction. And I mentioned something about the current applications and the big break that we're giving people to, and actually locking up the fee today for until occupancy is a long period of time, and it is a concession to make it a lot easier for the developing community. There was a lot of, there were some questions about the traffic mitigation fund audit. The fund is audited annually by the city council. There were some suggestions that we dismissed, and there was a request to have some more concessions for housing. We already exempt ADUs. The resolution already exempt low-income housing units. So if we make concessions for the whole, most of the growth in the general plan is forecasted to be housing. So we can't discount housing, too much. So staff recommendation is adopt the resolution. The resolution includes a 5-year spread starting January 1st, 2022, exempt all current applications prior to 2022, exempt ADU and low-income housing, and defer payment to occupancy instead of building permit. I believe that through the communication we had with everyone so far, that these concessions will sit very well with the development community and address their concerns. With that, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rafat, for making that such a very clear report. And so let me see if there are additional questions. If you stop sharing the screen, then I can see. There, that's everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, additional questions, Vice Mayor? Shaking no. Councilmember Hill?
Yeah, just two clarifications. I saw written in the slide deck the word audit. In the report, it says annual review. Is there a differentiation between review and audit, or are they being used synonymously?
I really don't know. I think that the annual review, in my mind at least, it is an audit of what we spend the money for and how it was allocated. The council sees that report annually, regardless, but I really don't know how it's written in the law right now.
Yeah, and I don't know how it's written in the law either, council member, but every year we provide a report. We have to justify keeping the funds beyond 5 years for projects that have paid into the fund or were expected to return the money to the developers. So we do keep a track of the annual spending and the dollars in and dollars out. We have had no problem spending the funds that are available to us within the 5-year time frame. And our report annually demonstrates that we are appropriately using the funds in the traffic mitigation fund.
Thank you. Just the other, it wasn't, actually, I'll save this for my final comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Micah.
No, yes, I think it's very well done, and the fact that you share with the chamber and also with the developers, I think is perfect. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Kurtz.
I had a question that was answered earlier, but I would like you to share it publicly in terms of how do in lieu fees apply when you have affordable. The clause of number 4, I think it was on around affordable housing. And if a developer ends up, if we agree from an in lieu fee, how does that relate to the mitigation fees, the traffic fees?
Yeah, thank you, council member. The fee is established at the time the permit is approved, and the permit will show how many affordable units are included. The in lieu fee should occur prior to the permit, so that's not going to have an impact on the project. If the developer tries to reopen negotiations regarding the in lieu fee after the project is underway, we would take that as a reason to reopen negotiations about the traffic mitigation fees. And if they removed affordable housing, we would expect to impose the traffic mitigation fees on the developer.
Okay, great. And another question is, in negotiating fees, is this one area of fees that is highly negotiated or minimally negotiated? Ever negotiated?
No, historically, the fee is established very early on, when even sometimes at the pre-application, staff leaves a note to establish the expectation that we have these fees, and if the fee, it can be calculated. Usually the fee is calculated based on a technical report that the applicant submits, specifying the number of trips that will be generated. Staff has been very diligent to give the estimation of the fee to the developer as early as the pre-application stage. So with that expectations, we haven't had too many applications or requests to negotiate the fee. Sometimes if we have phase development and the phase development it's not mature, someone would come in at the building permit and say, can I pay a portion of the fee with this small phase of the project, which is totally logical. and it's done with a memo or a memorandum of understanding that the fee is still owed. It's just that, you know, we realize that you're not generating the traffic, and therefore you can defer the payment of the fee.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just have one quick question. I was struck by the fact the last time this was looked at was 17, 18 years ago. Have you thought about how we don't just, or how it would have, has it been considered to how it could be escalated in years future, like in 10 years? I'm thinking of us always having to go through this process every 5 years or 10 years. Is there a way to be more efficient, or is that just kind of how it is? And we have, so.
I think this step is pretty major. I mean, raising the fee from what it is to the 6909, we heard the echo of that move into the development community, and we have to be very careful.
Okay.
So that's why I think that 5 years, and we specify in the ordinance at what date what the construction price index kicks in, and the exact amount will keep us diligent to continue to increase the fee. But an outlook of 10 years, I think 5 years is the appropriate time to reevaluate, take a look at the funds, look at how it was expended, and the level of incoming development as well. I mean, nobody knows what's going to happen in the next 5 years. And I think that, we're expecting a lot of housing, and we're expecting the general plan to stimulate the applications, and we're seeing some of that as well. But you never know what happens in 5 years, the volume of applications.
No, and that's, thank you for that answer. I think in 5 years, look at it. You wouldn't be looking at such a big increase, or the whole kind of bigger what the pie could be, as it were, if we hadn't had 17 years of buildup. So,
yes.
Okay. Let me open this up to public comment and see if there's anyone who would like to provide some insight or.
Thank you. To comment on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. And if you're on phone, please use *9. Please note that we will have 2 minutes to provide public comments, and then we will be muting you once time has elapsed. I see no hands raised. That concludes public comment.
We'll close the public comment, and I wanted to echo what, I'm not sure, one of my colleagues had said about thank you for reaching out to the chamber and to the developers. I think that would have been something we would have asked right today, and knowing that conversation has already taken place and informed what's before us is really key. So additional comments, Vice Mayor.
My comments are that there are two features of this matter in front of us that I want to highlight. We have one, thorough analysis by our staff. That is so critical to bringing things forward, that they are analyzed, it's all laid out, we understand where all of this came from. Coupling that thorough analysis with the comprehensive, and I think this is the important part, responsive outreach to go out and talk to the chamber and then adjust so that within the parameters of what our analysis say we need to arrive at, but to accommodate the important stakeholders in our community. These two things together bring about, this is just an excellent agenda item to have both of those things there. So I'm ready to move at the appropriate time that we adopt the recommendation from staff.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah.
No comments, just what I mentioned that about the chamber and the developers. I think it was very smart. So thank you so much for a great report and for reaching out. That was perfect.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
No, I also echo Vice Mayor Bushy's comments, because absolutely, it's really important. I'm sorry in the way that you are the messenger, as is Park and Rex was the messenger in our council of having to adjust fees that have not been looked at in a very, very long time. And I think it's hard for whoever is on the receiving end of these fees, and also difficult from a staff perspective, because there's a lot of heavy lift that has to go in to that level of analysis and that work and that community outreach to try to explain why we haven't adjusted a fee in 17 years. So I thank you. I really appreciate it. I hope there are not others in the wings, but I have a feeling there might be that we need to look at as well. But it would be nice to get everything up. And then also, as we're looking forward in terms of a policy, maybe there is opportunity to look at what is our structure for updating. Do they have just an annual escalation? Are they based on a multiplier? Is it something, so that we don't have to go through this each time? But thank you for being the messenger on this one. Great work.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo Vice Mayor's comments and analysis on what staff did, and I laud staff for taking that very thoughtful approach. I also wanted to call out, as I was reading through the details of exemptions, in addition to ADUs and affordable units, also childcare was listed among there. I think it's important to continue to emphasize that the city has consistently been supportive of childcare, not in the fact that we operate childcare facilities, but that we encourage support for that in our community. So thank you for continuing that commitment. Those are my comments.
Thank you. And I just echo what was already been said. I think the Vice Mayor summed it up beautifully, and I think she'd made a motion, although I know the City Clerk likes it when you read it into the record.
I move that we adopt a resolution to approve an increased traffic mitigation fee with revised implementation policies.
I'll second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. The City Clerk will sort that one out.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill. Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yelens Galati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Rafat. Excellent work. We are so grateful for the high quality work that this agency, this city continues to do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. I know adjourning, I'm going to invite City Attorney Rob Epstein. He has requested he adjourns the meeting in honor of Fred Panacci. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Rob. And any other
thank you, Mayor Kay.
I was going to say, whoever's still awake, they can still come on and be here for the adjournment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Kate, and thank you at this late hour for providing me a few moments to close tonight's meeting in honor of Alfred Panacci, who died last month. Fred was a resident of the City of San Rafael for the past 58 years. He was the loving husband of Phyllis for 65 years. And he was also a loving father to daughters, Judy and Janet, and Susan, and Nancy, and Michelle, and one son, Robert, who has two incredibly sweet daughters of his own. In addition to those two, Fred had 9 other grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren with more on the way. And when this family got together, and Fred looked around the table at what he and Phyllis had created, he would always ask, is everyone happy? There was nothing he cared about more than that. I think you can tell by these remarks that I've known these folks for a long time. And I want to take a few more moments to tell you what the experience was like some 40 years ago when your future city attorney would be welcomed into the Panacci home on Main Drive. Because it was much like a dream or entering a fairy tale. Each of Fred's daughters, one by one, would greet me, and each seemed more stunning than the next. And then Phyllis would immediately serve me food and drink, and Fred would express his sincere pleasure at my arrival He would encourage me to stay and talk and watch whatever game might be on television. And I can tell you that such warm hospitality was not the case of all fathers of Fred's generation, many of whom preferred their kids' friends to make themselves scarce. I will always treasure my memories of being in Fred and Phyllis's loving home all those years ago. Fred was a treasury agent for the Internal Revenue Service, a job that I never heard him discuss much, maybe because he thought that people didn't want to hear about it. But he was far more likely to talk about his kids and grandkids and their accomplishments. To mention only a few, Phyllis and Fred's children include a doctor of optometry, a firefighter engineer up in Santa Rosa, 2 top-notch hairdressers, and more. And in addition, Fred must have had substantial athletic talent that he never revealed when he was sitting in his living room, because his children and grandchildren include a former star women's soccer player at Dominican University, a current star forward lacrosse player on the women's team at UC Davis, the current starting quarterback for the Detroit Lions of the National Football League, and one of the best outside shooters in the history of the San Rafael High School Bulldogs junior varsity basketball team. Fred was a humble man, but he was very proud of his family and their accomplishments. Maya Angelou once wrote that a great soul serves everyone all the time. A great soul never dies. It brings us together again and again. Fred Panacci, may his memory be a blessing for all those that knew him. Thank you, Mayor Kate, and thank you, members of the council, for this opportunity.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Good